показал это, на остальных показывает, как бы...
Только индикаторы есть.
Показывает, да? That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Мир меняется. Мы на пороге новой научно-технической революции. Каждый день пользователи, устройства и бизнес создают все больше и больше данных в сети. Чтобы быть на передовой со всем миром, мы работали над созданием самых инновационных дата-центров в Казахстане. Центры обработки данных от Транстелеком – это комплексное технологическое решение, которое поможет оптимизировать внутренние бизнес-процессы вашей компании и снизит существенные затраты на IT. Ведь наша цель – обеспечивать цифровое благосостояние нашим клиентам. Ваш партнер по цифровизации – Транстелеком.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Second Seifullin Kazakh Agrotechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants.
1-2, проверка. Раз, два, три. 1-2. 1-2, 3. Раз.
The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the
1-2. Раз, два, три. 1-2, 3. Раз.
Represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
1-2. Раз. 1-2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1-2. Раз, два, три. 1.
Атырауский университет нефти и газа имени Софи Утибаева – это единственный специализированный государственный вуз Казахстана в области нефти и газа. Расположение в непосредственной близости к крупнейшим нефтегазовым месторождениям Казахстана дает возможность иметь дуальную систему образования. Атырауский университет нефти и газа – это инновационные лаборатории, коворкинг-центр, спорткомплекс, дворец студентов, а также незабываемая студенческая жизнь. Более 80% наших выпускников находят высокооплачиваемую работу в течение 3 месяцев. Есть 5 причин в пользу выбора нашего вуза. Это возможность получения диплома бакалавра за 3 года. Практика в ведущих нефтегазовых компаниях с последующим трудоустройством. Сертификат по специальности для международного карьерного роста. Корпоративные и внутренние гранты, а также грант Казэнерджи. Обучение за рубежом от 1 до 3 семестров. С этого года начат прием на программы MBA. Атырауский университет нефти и газа меняет правила игры вместе с вами.
Что такое зеофор?
shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зеофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Зеофорум проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей, ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Зеофорум может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Brilliant. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для
Человечество Человечество не раз проходило через темные времена своей истории. Столкнувшись с Человечество не раз проходило через темные времена своей истории. Человечество не раз проходило через темные времена своей истории. Столкнувшись со страхом и агрессией, менялись общественные и институциональные устои. Однако воля к созиданию и развитию всегда придает нам надежду на устойчивое будущее. Структурные реформы, доступ к качественному образованию, развитие науки и инноваций удовлетворили человеческий голод к изменениям. Мы должны сплотиться против угроз человечеству.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья! Добро пожаловать на 4-й Нобелевский фестиваль. Да?
Мы призываем вас стать частью прогресса, инноваций и развития. Регистрируйтесь на самую масштабную онлайн-конференцию «Нобелевский фестиваль».
Вы меня слышите? Да.
Нету.
Тоша, картинки нету.
O'shan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зиофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Зиофорум проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Зиофорум может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Белемленд. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для персонализированной модели образования для каждого ребенка. Стержнем платформы является библиотека цифровых уроков в формате увлекательных анимационных и видеообъяснений, симуляторов и тренажеров, а также разных по сложности интерактивных заданий. Это позволяет системе адаптировать процесс обучения под каждого ученика. Контент платформы представляет собой синтез лучших мировых разработок, локализованных на казахский и русский языки в полном соответствии с требованиями действующих ГОСО и обновленной учебной программы. Ключевым элементом экосистемы является модуль онлайн-мектеп, разработанный в партнерстве с Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы. Содержание онлайн-мектеп состоит из 24 тысяч цифровых уроков и более полумиллиона заданий, разработанных лучшими учителями ниш. Цифровой обучающий контент покрывает все 37 предметов с 1 по 11 классы на казахском и русском языках. В настоящее время на платформе зарегистрировано 2 900 000 пользователей, 300 000 из которых являются учителями. За 2020-2021 год на платформе было проведено более 350 миллионов онлайн-уроков, выполнено 2 500 000 заданий и упражнений. Платформа облегчает организацию учебного процесса с помощью автоматизации рутинной работы учителя, освобождая время для творческой и индивидуальной работы с детьми. Благодаря платформе учитель получает доступ к готовым поурочным планам, автоматизирует домашние задания, легко формирует учебные планы и расписание, может создавать свои собственные материалы, используя встроенный конструктор. Также в рамках единой экосистемы учителя получают доступ к актуальным курсам повышения квалификации и профессионального роста. В свою очередь, ученики на платформе видят свой прогресс в реальном времени. Помимо этого, на платформе реализована функция геймификации, позволяющая ученикам получать бонусы и поощрения за достижения в учебе. С нового учебного года родители также имеют свои профили на платформе онлайн-мектеп, которые показывают прогресс ученика в динамике. Кроме того, родительский профиль позволит получать не только данные об успехах в учебе, но и уведомления о местонахождении и безопасности ребенка. Экосистема включает в себя функционал цифрового репетиторства, онлайн-библиотеку с крупнейшей коллекцией электронных аудиокниг, функции автоматизации школьных процессов, систему подготовки к казахстанским и международным тестам, а также платформу дошкольного обучения. Белемленд – качественное образование, доступное всем.
know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. one of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history, is located here. It is Auezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Мир меняется. Мы на пороге новой научно-технической революции. Каждый день пользователи, устройства и бизнес создают все больше и больше данных в сети. Чтобы со всем миром, мы работали над созданием самых инновационных дата-центров в Казахстане. Центры обработки данных от Транстелеком – это комплексное технологическое решение, которое поможет оптимизировать внутренние бизнес-процессы вашей компании и снизит существенные затраты на IT. Ведь наша цель – обеспечивать цифровое благосостояние нашим клиентам. Ваш партнер по цифровизации – Транстелеком.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation, Seifullin Kazakh Agrotechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agropolytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Надо нажать, держать, опускать, все, он заработал.
Ну вам, наверное.
Атыраусский университет нефти и газа имени Софи Утибаева – это единственный специализированный государственный вуз Казахстана в области нефти. Расположение в непосредственной близости к крупнейшим нефтегазовым месторождениям Казахстана дает возможность иметь дуальную систему образования. Атыраусский университет нефти и газа – это инновационные лаборатории, коворкинг-центр, спорткомплекс, дворец студентов, а также незабываемая студенческая жизнь. Более 80% наших выпускников находят высокооплачиваемую работу в течение 3 месяцев. Есть 5 причин в пользу выбора нашего вуза. Это возможность получения диплома бакалавра за 3 года. Практика в ведущих нефтегазовых компаниях с последующим трудоустройством. Сертификат по специальности для международного карьерного роста. Корпоративные и внутренние гранты, а также грант Казэнерджи. Обучение за рубежом от 1 до 3 семестров. С этого года начат прием на программы MBA. Атыраусский университет нефти и газа меняет правила игры вместе с вами.
Что такое зиофорум?
Shunday emaskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Уважаемые гости, мы начинаем через 5 минут. Просим вас занять свои места и перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим.
Я считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомства, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра «Зиофорум» проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Zioforum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Беленленд. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для персонализированной модели образования для каждого ребенка. Стержнем платформы является библиотека цифровых уроков в формате увлекательных анимационных и видеообъяснений, симуляторов и тренажеров, а также разных по сложности интерактивных заданий. Это позволяет системе адаптировать процесс обучения под каждого ученика. Контент платформы представляет собой синтез лучших мировых разработок, локализованных на казахский и русский языки в полном соответствии с требованиями действующих ГОСО и обновленной учебной программы. Ключевым элементом экосистемы является модуль онлайн-мектеп, разработанный в партнерстве с Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы. Содержание онлайн-мектеп состоит из 24 тысяч цифровых уроков и более полумиллиона заданий, разработанных лучшими учителями ниш. Цифровой обучающий контент покрывает все 37 предметов с 1 по 11 классы на казахском и русском языках. В настоящее время на платформе зарегистрировано 2 900 000 пользователей, 300 000 из которых являются учителями. За 2020-2021 год на платформе было проведено более 350 миллионов онлайн-уроков, выполнено 2 500 000 заданий и упражнений. Платформа облегчает организацию учебного процесса с помощью автоматизации рутинной работы учителя, освобождая время для творческой и индивидуальной работы с детьми. Благодаря платформе учитель получает доступ к готовым поурочным планам, автоматизирует домашние задания, легко формирует учебные планы и расписание, может создавать свои собственные материалы, используя встроенный конструктор. Также в рамках единой экосистемы учителя получают доступ к актуальным курсам повышения квалификации и профессионального роста. В свою очередь, ученики на платформе видят свой прогресс в реальном
Добро
времени.
пожаловать на Nobel
Помимо
Fest.
этого,
Мы
на платформе
начинаем.
реализована
Просим
функция
занять вас свои места.
геймификации, позволяющая ученикам получать
Welcome to
бонусы и
Nobel Fest. We are
поощрения за
starting. Please
достижения в
take your
учебе.
seats.
С нового учебного года родители также имеют свои профили на платформе онлайн-мектеп, которые показывают прогресс ученика в динамике. Кроме того,
Good afternoon, distinguished friends, and welcome to the 4th Nobel Fest. That's international celebration of education, innovations, and science. Our festival is a hybrid one this year. First of all, we are meeting here face-to-face in this Nomad City Hall, and also we have viewers online from different parts of the world. And we also have studios working with us from Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Germany, China, and Uzbekistan. And we have simultaneous interpretation into the Kazakh and Russian languages, English and Uzbek languages. Please use your headphones and please choose the channel that you need to listen to the language. And we are going to talk on different topics. We are living in a complicated world where the economy, policy, global policy are changing fast, and there is exponential growth in innovations. We see the innovational growth of innovations that changes the world a lot that we're living in. So we'll talk on different important topics and speak about geopolitics, about changing economies, about the artificial intelligence, about green technologies and robot. And my name is Lyazzat Shataeva. I'm a regular presenter and moderator at the Nobel Fest meetings. Some household rules for those who are here in the Nomad City Hall. Since we are broadcasting, please don't make the movements during the broadcasting. Some speakers will speak here on stage, and we'll also have a chance to ask them questions. And we'll have 2 open microphones for that. Please prepare your questions, and we'll be happy to have these meetings in an interactive way. Also, this week will not finish this week. Next week, we are going to have a lecture of Nobel lectures. There will be 14 Nobel Prize winners and prize winners of Breakthrough Award, and they will talk about breakthroughs in science. And this is it. With the household rules, let's start the festival. And at the beginning, we have prepared a video for you. Let's have a look. We always hope for stable future structural reforms, access to high-quality education, development of science and innovation, satisfied the people's desire for changes. We should be united against the threats to the mankind. We urge you to become part of progress, innovations, and development. Register for the big online conference Nobel Fest. This year, our Nobel Festival is quite a big-scale one. I would like to make a short announcement. So we provide the content, and we choose new speakers, new ideas, and we're also expanding on technological solutions we're using. This year we'll visit our Nobel Fest through Meta Universe. Yes, this is right. You heard me right. Here on real time, we can meet in Meta Universe. I haven't tried it myself yet, but I hope I will see you there and I will use it. Please download application Fina Metaverse on Google Play or App Store, and we'll be able to use our profile pictures and meet each other there. Let me talk about our partners. Coca-Cola Company, South Kazakhstan University named after Auezov, Kazakhstan Agrotechnical University named after Seifullin, Akimat of Nur-Sultan City, Public Fund Altyn Kuran Foundation, Chevron Corporation, Educational Company Bilim Media Group, Investment Company Q3 Worldwide, and Republican newspaper Bilim Dyel. And I would like to declare open the Nobel Fest. The Nobel Festival wouldn't be possible in Kazakhstan apart from one person. We needed his innovation view, director of Inclusive Development Fund, Maksat Kurbenov. Hello, hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to greet you at the 4th Nobel Festival. I would like to congratulate you with the Day of Science in Kazakhstan, the 61st anniversary of the first flight to space. And I'm sure we'll talk about this today. We'll talk about space. My name is Maksat Kurbenov. I am a director of the Foundation for Inclusive Development. Our fund has set a big objective: how to create a new knowledge database in the region and how to make it possible that the world-known scientists provide their lectures and come to the region. So we started attracting them by holding Nobel Fest. And today, Nobel Laureates Festival is the only educational event where we have participating 500 universities from 155 countries, and there are 12 Nobel Prize winners share their knowledge, and 10 Breakthrough Award holders, world experts, innovators, business leaders, well-known people such as developer of Siri, Google X company head, and Yuval Harari spoke last year, and many, many other speakers. So what is the unique thing about Nobel Fest? Countries that hold Nobel symposiums, these are the countries with breakthrough countries which are in the top 30 most developed countries in the world. And under Industry 4.0, where the major asset is human capital, Nobel symposiums are highly valuable because they develop science, education, and innovations. And what is the uniqueness and the value of Nobel Fest? Well, first of all, the most important that it is the ready access to world knowledge. If you have your smartphone, you have the access. The best minds of the world give lectures and to the participants from all over the world. As you see on the screen, only mind, science, and the consciousness make the people better developed. So this was said by Abai. So we remove the barriers and we enable people from all over the world to receive the knowledge in their own language. That's why we have the simultaneous interpretations, and it is interpreted into Chinese and to Uzbek languages and Kazakh languages. Our mission is to do this way that the world education is accessible in every corner of the world. And we create international studios and festivals, and we now broadcast from 5 countries here in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Germany, and China. Our long-term goal is to create Nobel Fest studio all over the world and the global broadcasting on local languages, so that in the most remote parts of the world, still there is a unbroken flow of knowledge in the local languages. You can say that this knowledge is accessible. It is accessible, yes, in English. But how many people in the world know English? When knowledge comes directly to you in your own language, this is much more important and meaningful. I would like to note, as my colleague said, that Nobel Fest is now in the meta universe. Please download this application and choose your profile picture, and you will get to that world. This is our robot. Sophia will be waiting for you. Genetic specialist, the most well-known in the world, who said that the first person who will live up to 200 years is already among us. Meta Universe, this is a spaceship, and in October this year, we would like to include Nobel Fest station and provide knowledge in gaming form. Second, Nobel Prize winners, traditionally, they are retranslators of world knowledge. And on Nobel Fest, we are going to have 14 Nobel lectures for students all over the world. This is specifically for our general partners of the 2 universities, and there will be 4 Nobel Prize winners lectures. Nobel Prize winners and the world scientists will be invited as honorary professors of these universities, and this is our achievement. We also hold negotiations with Princeton University in Ivy League, so that Nobel Fest be a partner of the program Princeton in Asia, and the officers from world-leading universities will come and will be able to teach here during 1 or 2 years. And their salary will not increase, will not be higher than the local professors' salaries. And the costs will be covered by Princeton Nation program. And this will open the door to the world knowledge in the region. Second, actually the third already, educational platform Nobel Fest. We always say that the Nobel Festival is more than a festival, and we, together with our team, has created a Nobel Fest educational platform, and the best experts teach students there. And I have a question to you. Who studied in Harvard or Ivy League universities? Anyone? Please raise your hands. I cannot see anyone. Oh, I see one person here. Two. Any more? Please. In the top universities of the world, how many of you studied? We are 300 people here and only 2 people studied there. Why there is such a small percentage of students who have access to this knowledge? This is maybe 0.001%, and that's why we would like to expand the access to this knowledge. This is the breakthrough innovation knowledge of the world. The first project is a 7-semester course on new technologies, and it's called Exponential Innovations. It is delivered by Harvard professor, one of Mr. Dr. Vivek Vadhoy, and we have recorded it in California, 15 video hours in HD quality, and it was assembled here in Kazakhstan, translated to books, bestsellers on New York Times assessment, and the first 500 students are already having these courses. And I would like you to see this short video how we were doing this. Well, the best innovation and technologies program in the world. Everyone who is interested how the world is changing and how technologies may help in that. My name is Vivat Vadhva, and I teach in the best universities in the world: Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University in California, University in Berkeley. My name is Run Vadhva. I teach in Politology Department and Geotechnologies of Atlantic Council. What is exponential innovation? This is the technologies that are based on the breakthrough growth on the following technologies. We have created the educational program that is for students that study on baccalaureate and master degree programs. We invite business directors from the biggest companies of the world. What is the magic of the Silicon Valley? What we can learn and how entrepreneurs all over the world can use the innovations, exponential innovations. This is the best high-speed course on studying the best trends and innovations that is taught for the top managers. Please use this opportunity to learn about the innovation measures, and you will know about the opportunities to create a business with a trillion turnover. And this is my Nobel course. I would like to make a comment. The General Director of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, Director of Singularity University, Peter Diamandis, ex-Director of Apple, John Scully, they think that this is invaluable. This course is invaluable guidance for assessing benefits and risks of future technologies. And most important is that this course is based on university program, and our students will be able to receive a transcript from Nobel Fest partners and transfer 3 credits to their universities. Distinguished students, distinguished universities, this is a 15-week course. It costs only $90. So every week of the course costs just $6. It is less than $1 per day. And today, during the Nobel Fest, you can actually buy it with a 50% discount if you buy it during the Nobel Fest days. So the price is actually cheaper than the subjects in the universities. And actually, this is the course that is taught in the best universities of the world. We'll create 7-semester course for all the universities with the participation of the Nobel Prize winners, world-known scientists and business people. And I urge students to receive this knowledge at the affordable cost. And I request universities to give the students such chance. The most important thing, that the main gift for participants is the first week free of charge studies. You can use this QR code and start studying. Distinguished universities, we have prepared for you a special program. Please contact my colleagues and they will tell you in detail about our offers, how to improve the international ratings of the university. Thank you for your attention, distinguished participants, and I wish you the best of luck, and I congratulate you on the celebration of the Day of Science, and with the beginning of the Nobel Fest, I wish you to have more ideas, collaboration, and the best of health. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring speech. And the next speaker is Deputy Chairman of Kazakh Agrotechnical University, Mr. Nysanbayev. Please, the floor is yours. Dear Nobel Prize winners, dear students, dear guests, Exclusive Development Foundation Corporate Fund has arranged this Nobel Fest, and I would like to congratulate you with the opening of the festival. Thank you very much. Today it is the fourth festival devoted to the exponential innovations, and this is the topic. That has united all of us, and it is not a secret that exponential growth is the foundation for any revolutionary process and technology breakthrough, and it is not the exception. And exponential growth has been developing recently during the 50 years at least, and exponential growth is typical for different industries, aviation industry, and the topic is very, very important, and President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, in his most recent address to the Union of People of Kazakhstan, has underlined that the priority for Kazakhstan is to ensure the access to high-quality education. And up until now, it is the crucial topic for all of us. However, this is going to actually support the competitiveness of the Kazakhstani higher education institutions. We are to work on key competencies and to ensure the quality of education. And to close my summary, I would like to wish you success, and let's have fruitful, interesting, and fascinating discussions. I'm pretty sure that this event is going to be useful for all of us, for both participants and organizers, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, and all the best to you. Thank you very much, Yerlan Nysanbayev. So universities are the centers for development and competence development as well, and you play a great role in science, and I would like to bring the provost of the largest multi-profile university, which is South Kazakhstan University, Ulanbator Suleimenov, please. Good afternoon, please. The floor is yours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants to this event, let me welcome the Nobel Fest participants, the participants that could say that the most recent challenges act as complexities and especially taking into account the exponential growth, and we feel this bond and the university education and its role in the changing world isn't anymore linear. It is making us adapting to the rapidly changing world, and the key is going to be concentrated on artificial intelligence and digitalization. So therefore, the key priorities and the vectors of this Nobel Fest is going to be concentrated around zero emissions, AI, as well as modeling of new economy. And Auezov University is a system university for the city of Shymkent, serving as a research ecosystem, and science is looked at as the factor to economic development. University has 482 position in the global university rating, as well as the third in the country in the country's sales. So I'd like to say that we've been at the very beginning of this project, and we have supported the this event in Central Asia. So thanks to that effort, we could actually be successful in terms of university and curricular development. And now Nobel Fest became the most prominent event, both in the country and in the region. The university has participated to organizing 11 sessions of the 4th festival, and we're going to be discussing different problems of the current times. Dear participants to this festival, to conclude, I would like to say that only those universities who are in compliance with the breakthrough ideas and having developed infrastructure being transformed in accordance with the digital university concept will be the leaders of higher education. Allow me to convey our sincere appreciation for inviting us to this event, and I would like to thank you for your partnership. And I would like to wish us all to have a productive discussion and new discoveries. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. This was the provost of South Kazakhstan University, Mr. Suleimenov. In order to seek for innovations, universities have to be actually partnering with the companies and create technoparks, incubators, and accelerators. I would like to invite now the representative of the business regional manager for corporate relations and communications of Coca-Cola, Alexander Ackerman. Good afternoon, Alexandra. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear participants to the forum. I'm very glad to meet you all here, and perhaps But many of you imagine how unique the event that we have commenced today is. Actually, Coca-Cola company is glad to support this festival. Back in April of last year, we became the sponsors of this event, and I'd like to say that the values that you've been promoting are the values being supported by Coca-Cola. It is peace, friendship, knowledge, access to high-quality education, sustainable development, innovations, technological development. Whatever has been listed by Maksat is very, very important, and I would like to support Maksat. He has talked to us about the idea of the festival, and I would like to add to the words of great Abay that the beauty is going to save the world, and taking into account the current circumstances, education and science will save the world. And let me address students who are here with us in person and who have joined online. Please absorb the knowledge and please implement the proposals that you will listen to during the lectures. Exponential innovations serve as a unique experience, helping us to keep developing our planet. The youth is the future of our planet, and you are the ones to develop and to lead ahead, and innovations may be both positive and negative, so everything is in your hands. The way you construct your future is going to again depend on you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexandra. All right, dear friends, we are going to be commencing the first session that is devoted to the major issue is how to keep the peace. And I would like to invite global mediator, former Prime Minister of Portugal, and Chairman of Global Alliance for Women and Immunization.
Господин Барозу подключается сейчас.
Mr. Barroso is getting connected. Let us give him a couple of minutes.
Nobel Fest.
How are you?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see me well, or
we can see you very well.
Is it better like that, or is it better like that?
I think the curtains should be shut down. Yeah, shut.
Yeah, it's better.
Shut. Yeah.
The problem, I'm not in a very good area. But okay, like that, it's better.
Yes, that looks fantastic. Okay, Mr. Barroso, if you're ready, I'd like to start. And today, I mean, the world is witnessing harrowing images of civilian casualties and mass destruction in cities and towns of Ukraine, and alarming news of atrocities on the ground. So today we will be focusing on Russia-Ukraine conflict and crisis, especially with your expertise in the area. We won't be talking about the events of the day, but we'd like to understand the bigger picture and sort of examine the larger context. You were the head of the European Commission during the Russo-Georgian War in 2008, during the Crimean crisis of 2014, and you know more than anyone that Moscow has been adamant about it viewing NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat. Still, did you ever think that the conflict would escalate to the level that it has now, to the scale, and in the manner that it has in the past few weeks, in the past 7 weeks? What is your initial reaction?
So first of all, let me tell you, it's indeed a pleasure to be in your very important event, Nobel Fest, and to share my experience. As you rightly said, I have been engaged in some of these issues for a long time because I was president of the European Commission when we negotiated the association agreement with Ukraine and also during the conflict with Georgia. And we had also a very extensive and deep relationship with Russia. I met President Putin, according to my office, 25 times. It was the non-European Union leader I met the most because before the annexation of Crimea, we had twice a year summits between the European Union and Russia. At that time, we were considering each other a strategic partner. And also, I met him when he was president the first time, then when he was prime minister. He came to Brussels, I went to Moscow, and also I met him again when he was president again of Russia. So indeed, many interactions with Russia, with Ukraine, and Georgia, and other countries in the region. So I'm extremely sad with the events now in Ukraine. And what I can tell you is that, of course, I remain a very committed European, but at the same time, I remain very committed to peace. Peace in Europe and peace in the world. Now, I was not expecting the scale of war and conflict we are now witnessing. This to answer your question directly. I was expecting, frankly, some conflicts in some of these areas after the annexation of Crimea. I was expecting some, and in fact, I've been saying that for some time, including I have written about it. But frankly, I did not expect a full-scale invasion. Frankly, this is not only a special military operation. It is a huge invasion of Ukraine, including attacks against its capital city, Kyiv. This I was not expecting. And I was not expecting before because, frankly, I think it's beyond imagination what's going on. I personally believe it's a tragedy for Ukraine, but I also believe it's not really in the interest of Russia. Let me state that I have the highest respect for Russia as a country and for its people, for its courage, for its resilience over many centuries. I've said this very often to President Putin and to other very important leaders of Russia and to the world. Russia broadly belongs to the European civilization. It's in part very important in European history and civilization. Some of its great citizens have given so much to European civilization in the arts, in science, in culture. And also, I cannot forget that, in fact, it was many Russians, but also Ukrainians, that paid with their lives the resistance to Nazi Germany, when Nazi Germany invaded then Soviet Union. So I have the great respect for Russia, historically, culturally, civilizationally. But frankly, I cannot understand why the biggest country in the world, because Russia is, geographically speaking, the biggest country in the world, is invading a smaller country. We are all committed to respect some principles, like the principles of sovereignty, national independence, and territorial integrity of countries. That's a basic principle of the United Nations. Of course, people can say that was not always respected. Others, including Western countries, probably have violated this principle before. But that should not be an argument. And that cannot be an argument for accepting now what we have criticized before. So this is why I frankly was not expecting this developments so dramatic, so tragic, and I hope that there will be sufficient wisdom, intelligence to restore peace as soon as possible. But also very sincerely, I am not very optimistic about the current situation, let me tell you very frankly.
Mr. Barroso, thank you. I just realized I might be covering your video, so I hope you can still see me. I like to stand.
Yes.
Я только поняла, что я, возможно, перекрывала вам.
I just understood that I perhaps covered the screen, and I wanted to warn you, Mr. Barroso, that you're able to ask questions as well as the viewers have an opportunity to ask Mr. Barroso about something and leave the comments.
Member states to the Russian war on Ukraine has been sort of unanimous. So, the EU member states demonstrated a unified front, rolled out unprecedented level of sanctions. How sustainable do you think that united position is, and the newly found cohesiveness of the joint West?
Look, I was expecting that, frankly, because as you know, I've been leading the European Union, the European Commission for 10 years. So I know how it works. It's true that European Union, sometimes it's difficult to take decisions, which is normal because we have now 27 countries that are independent countries. And you know, foreign policy decisions and defense decisions are taken by unanimity. So by definition, if you have 27 or 28 countries, when I was there, we were 28 with the United Kingdom. When you have 27 countries discussing very difficult matters, it's natural that it takes time and that there are divisions. Sometimes people, critics of the European Union, inside the European Union and also outside European, sometimes they like to overestimate those difficulties. But at the end, usually, the European Union takes decision by consensus. So I think that was possible now. Why? Because there was a big revolt, there was a big unsatisfaction with the situation in Ukraine. And so I think that it's very much supported by the public opinion in our countries. So the governments, in fact, had to follow the public opinion in Europe. Some of them probably were not making those decisions. They would prefer at the beginning not to take those decisions because sanctions are always difficult. Because when we take the sanctions, we know that sooner or later there will be counter sanctions. So this is not a very popular decision to take. The public opinion in Mediterranean countries, from the Baltic countries to the West Atlantic countries. I mean, people understood that something had to be done. And that's why there are, in fact, when there is a conflict like this, there are three basic options, if you want. One is to do nothing, or just to make a diplomatic communique condemning the situation, to do nothing. To go on as if nothing had happened. That will be a possibility, but I don't think it will be a good possibility. Another opportunity, a possibility to be if there is a country that has been invaded, some others could go and protect him, invade the other. And there will be a full-blown war, a war between the European Union and Russia, a war between NATO and Russia. That also we did not like to consider. I think. So there is a third option, was sanctions to show that this action has a price. That I believe that was adopted. Answering directly your question, I believe the sanctions are going there to stay and there will be unity among European countries. One thing I've learned in Europe is that sometimes it's very difficult to take decisions, but it's even more difficult to change decisions once they are taken because of the process of decision making. So I think it will be sustainable over time, this position.
Mr. Barroso, the reason why I'm asking about the sustainability is, of course, the energy dependency of Europe on Russia. And just to remind our viewers, Russia supplies nearly 40% of Europe's gas needs at the moment. And yes, there is an effort to unwind this energy dependency on in Europe. And as I think Mario Draghi is being very strategic about it. I think the Baltic states have had a sort of abrupt ending of that dependency. On the one hand, Europe is trying to put economic pressures on Russia. On the other hand, that economic pressure is pretty constrained given the sort of energy dependency. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think, frankly, nowadays, the more important factors are political, not economic. Of course, some countries of the European Union, not all, for instance, my country, Portugal or Spain, we import zero gas from Russia, but others import a lot. So, of course, it's more difficult for them to take that decision. But frankly, once again, the public opinion is so strong, condemning this invasion of Ukraine, that there is a willingness to go further. And there are measures already taken for more energy security of Europe. It will not be immediately, but Europe has the means. For instance, a country like Germany is rich enough and technological strong enough to build this autonomy and independence in a relatively short period. Not tomorrow, not day after tomorrow, but it will do it. That is one. I think this was a very bad decision for Russia to invade Ukraine, because I personally am not at all happy with what we are seeing in terms of decoupling. I think it would be better to keep the world open for business, to keep our economies open and interconnected. But precisely because of what is happening now, the European countries and the European Union as such are preparing measures to reduce their exposure to energy coming from Russia. Now, it's not going to be immediate, but it will happen. And it will take some time, but it will happen.
Mr. Barroso, now Europe not only is supporting in terms of humanitarian aid, but in terms of condemning Russia for aggression, but also is supplying weapons and military defense systems to Ukraine. And here I think NATO makes a distinction that sending troops in direct combat is seen as engagement, whereas sending weapons is not seen as such. Do you think Moscow or Kremlin agrees with that distinction? And if not, do you think they will retaliate? And what's the risk of the conflict, escalating further to NATO countries?
I'm sure these decisions are not well seen or considered in Moscow, of course, but let's be honest once again. There was an aggression, and the aggression was not Ukraine invading Russia. It was Russia invading Ukraine in its territory, as recognized by the United Nations and by Russia itself, because Russia has recognized the territorial integrity, the independence, and the sovereignty of Ukraine, namely after the independence of Ukraine, when there was the agreements with the Ukraine for depolarization of Ukraine. And by the way, Russia was even a guarantor of those agreements. So, of course, once again, this is very unfortunate. We would all prefer that that did not happen. So, but in face of the situation, when we have one country invading another one country that is the biggest country in the world, Russia is the biggest country in the world in territorial extension, a country that has one of the strongest nuclear arsenal in the world, invading a country that is much smaller. Of course, NATO could go there. By the way, President of Ukraine and Ukrainian authorities are asking for more action from NATO, including the so-called no-fly zone. Until now, the NATO leaders have been very clear they don't want to engage in a direct confrontation with Russia, which I believe it's wise, but at the same time, they don't feel they can just watch what's going on. Because this is something I would like the participants of your Nobel Fest event to understand. This, in the public opinion of our countries, it's not only Poland or the Baltic countries or countries closer to Russia. In my country, it's Portugal, it's the western opposite side of Europe. Young people, everybody, from all political parties, from the left to the right, people that usually do not care about politics, they see those images in the television and they are very shocked. And that's why there is support in the public opinion of our countries to do something. And to do something means, okay, we are not ready to go there for a war, but at least we should support those who are trying to defend themselves. I'm telling you very sincerely and very honestly, what is the perception of public opinion in Europe, in Western Europe? And by the way, it's not only Western Europe. You saw the resolution of the United Nations, 141 countries, including the poorer countries from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America, voted against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was only four countries that supported the position of Russia. It was Belarus, it was North Korea, it was Syria and Eritrea, only four countries. So this is not only, I want to make it clear, an issue about the so-called West and Russia. It's a situation that is shocking deeply the international community. Some of those countries are not ready to criticize Russia. They abstain, like China or India or others. They abstain because they still want to keep some kind of a neutral position, but that does not mean they support the invasion of Ukraine. They even stated that they recognize the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine. So this is why you have to understand, and I hope the public opinion in Russia understands how severely, how strongly people are judging this situation. And it will be great if we could put an end to it and work for peace as soon as possible.
Mr. Barroso, you mentioned about the United Nations, and recently during the United Nations votes for human rights in the Human Rights Council, China, along with India, did not support the resolution to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. And we definitely see the sort of the warming of the relations between Russia and China. If we were to see Russia expand more eastwards and become more aligned economically, financially, and technologically with China, what are the long-term and big implications geopolitically? What does it do for the world order? And let me remind everyone that China is projected to become the world's largest economy by 2030. So it's hard to isolate a country like Russia, let's say, when your good neighbor and a good friend is the largest economy in the world.
Yes, but look, once again, as some of you know, I'm in favor of globalization for a purpose, with good, let's say, with principles. I believe that we can love our countries, to be patriotic. I am patriotic, I love my country, but at the same time think about the good for mankind. I'm now chairing the Global Alliance for Vaccines. And so I believe in some areas like global public health or the fight against climate change or even financial stability, open and fair trade, fight against terrorism. I believe that we should recognize that there are differences between our systems. For instance, between Europe and China, there are clearly very important differences, but we should work together. So I'm not happy at all when we see the world going for this kind of decoupling. When we see, let's say, some talk about Cold War, I don't think it's good for the world. Having said that, let's one see the problem. If Russia becomes more and more close to China, but more dependent on China, because the economy of Russia and China was more or less the same 30 years ago. Now, the economy of China is at least 10 times bigger than Russia. So once again, it's a big mistake for Russia what's happening, because Russia will become much more dependent on one country with which they have borders. I know very well what Russians think about this politics, because I've spoken with them many, many times privately. It's not good for a country like Russia to be so dependent on China. Not good. But also it's not good for the world, a possibility of decoupling. For China, it's much more important, the Western markets. Europe is much more important than Russia, economically speaking. Russia, economically, is smaller than Italy. And now, because of the sanctions, will be smaller than Spain. And Russia, being the biggest country on earth, and being one of the countries that has more natural resources, not only fossil fuels, but other commodities, should be much richer, should be much more developed economically, and not have a relatively low GDP per capita as it has, lower than European countries. So in fact, what's happening is a situation that is in the interest of nobody. You know, in politics, sometimes people think what is good for me is bad for the others, or what is good for the others is bad for me. It's wrong. Sometimes we are in situations where it's bad for everybody. It's bad for Russia to become more dependent of China. It's bad for China because China, if it becomes too close to Russia, there is a possibility of the so-called West becoming more and more distant from China. And China, that has until now has been the biggest winner of globalization, because China has benefited from open markets globally. China will, of course, have some more problems with the West, with Europe and the United States. And also, it's not good for Europe, because, of course, in Europe, we would like, first of all, to have stability. Nobody in Europe wants that situation. I mean, from the European Union, from Brussels to Paris to Berlin to Stockholm to Athens, nobody wants this situation to happen, and it was not our choice, this situation to happen. But the reality is that Europe depends a lot on exports as well. So this is also not good. So this is why it's a situation that is not a win-win, it's a lose-lose situation. If Moscow understands that it will be time to come to an agreement with Ukraine and to stop this terrible war.
Your Excellency, I'd like to, this is just because we have an audience here in the region, many economies represented by, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan here are pretty dependent and on the economy of Russia, the largest trade partner. How should the rest of us in the region engage with Russia at the moment like this?
Look, first of all, let me send a message of friendship. First of all, let me send a message of friendship and respect to your countries. I've been many times in some of your countries, namely in Kazakhstan. I've been many times in Astana or Nur Sultan, and I really respect your countries. And your countries are also, some of them, recently independent countries. So coming after the end of the Soviet Union. So I hope that all of you understand that it is also in your interest that there are no aggressions of other countries, bigger countries. Of course, I'm not at all saying that you should separate from Russia. On the contrary, I believe it's separated. I mean, in terms of going against Russia, I understand very well, that it is important stability in your region. So personally, I think the ideal thing would be that, for instance, Ukraine in the future keeps a good relationship with Russia once there is a peace. Of course, not in the current situation, it's difficult. I understand that a country like Kazakhstan has to keep good relationship with Russia. But I hope that at least privately, you are conveying the message to Moscow that this war should stop, that it is not in your interest, this situation to go on, that this instability is bad for everyone also in your region. That's what I hope it will happen, and that we could create a new situation after this war of global security in Europe. Because I believe, of course, that these issues of security are important, but the way to ensure security in Europe is not by denying the right of other countries to be sovereign, independent, and to respect, and also not to respect their territorial integrity.
Mr. Barroso, is there any hope for a negotiated settlement or a brokered peace? And if that is to happen, how soon or later it may happen, in your view? And that is one of the questions we have from our viewers, online viewers.
In my country, say that hope is the last thing to die. Let's keep that hope. But I really believe that it's difficult now. There is a quote of Albert Einstein who said, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." And I think, unfortunately, that now there is not sufficient understanding of the situation. So I think there could be a hope for peace. Now, for instance, you would understand one thing. They can already claim, they said from the beginning, that one of their goals was to avoid Ukraine joining NATO. I don't think Ukraine is going to join NATO. Frankly, that issue was not in the agenda. Let me tell you very frankly, and I've been more than 23 years in meetings of NATO as a member of my country government, and also as president of the European Commission. At that time, we were also participating in some of the meetings. There was no appetite for Ukraine to join NATO from the NATO countries, I mean, because we understood that could be destabilizing. Of course, the principles of NATO are that we cannot say no to a country that wants to join, but afterwards it requires unanimity to join NATO. So, and there will be no unanimity for Ukraine to join NATO. Everybody knows that, including Ukraine themselves. So, if the goal of Mr. Putin and the goal of Russia was to avoid NATO, to avoid Ukraine joining NATO, they could now perfectly say they have reached their goal and put an end to this war, and afterwards to discuss some other specific issues. But at least to have a ceasefire and to put an end to this war. Because, by the way, the Ukrainian government and authorities, they already said that they are ready to discuss it. So that will be, if there is sufficient willingness to peace, that could be a way for everyone to say, as we usually say, to save face. I understand that no one should be humiliated, and to try to have a settled agreement for Ukraine, and go back to a situation of some stability. But frankly, when I see what is going on the ground, I cannot be optimistic at this moment. So while I have not yet lost hope, the honest answer to your question is that I remain, unfortunately, quite skeptic about having a solution for peace in the short term.
Mr. Barroso, thank you very much. Yes, we have seen tremendous courage and heroism on the part of the Ukrainian people in the past weeks, and we hope that peace is restored in a country like Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Auezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Seifullin Kazakh Agrotechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at a session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
All right, we're going to commence our next session, and from recently, the globe is full of geopolitical chaos, which has impacted culture, economy, and policy of all global players, to include Kazakhstan. Please welcome a well-known, prominent policy expert and one of my favorite speakers in Kazakhstan, Mr. Dosym Satpayev. He's going to be speaking to us about the black swans. Welcome, and I would like to extend my appreciation for your invitation. Last time I made the online report on Central Asia. I was going to comment about the periphery and semi-periphery. Now I would like to talk to you about the forest and the trees. The forest is the global situation, and the trees is something that serves as a threat for Kazakhstan. The title is expanded: Geopolitical Chaos, Black Swans, and Cultural Peculiarities. You know, no matter whom I talk to, it could be businessmen, entrepreneurs, experts, the the new romantics isn't the one that fits, the new norm isn't the one that fits whatever is going currently, because the new norm is something that is accepted. I think that the era that we experience at the moment is the era of new lack of normality. So actually, there is no norm, there's no rule at the moment. The new rules have not been yet established, have not yet been developed, and everything falls beyond the rule of law, for instance, right? So, and the situation in Ukraine demonstrated those theses. I would like to share with you the geopolitical trends that I'm demonstrating on the screen. I haven't listed all of them, but I tried to mention about the key ones. The first one is the crisis of international law. The second one is the change of era of hegemony, and when one or two players provides the position to the more ambitious players. The question is how U.S.-China relationships are going to be developing. Is China going to be acting as a global player, or it will concentrate on the Asian region? The next one is hybrid wars, militarization of conflicts, the new Cold War, whatever what we see at the moment in the former Soviet Union, global climate challenges, and the new conflicts. Central Asia in the upcoming future, unfortunately, may refer to the last challenge that I have listed. And the last point is the cultural crisis. Kazakhstan is a pretty vulnerable player. Why? From the security standpoint, you do realize that Kazakhstan has a pretty weak army. We've been penetrated in terms of information by the foreign players, and our economy is not relying on brain or human capital. We are very much dependent on oil and gas, and there's a crisis of the human capital as well. Within Kazakhstan, social chaos is being very actively developed. We see some peaks of ineffective social and socio-economic system that has been created in Kazakhstan by this moment. The system is now having so-called blind zones and parallel worlds that will keep exaggerating the chaos. So what is the problem of those blind zones is that we may experience an unexpected explosion. The protests, riots is a huge factor of the destabilization, and there are many more blind zones like that. For instance, destructive urbanization, and we plan to make the separate program on urbanization and publish it in YouTube on our official page. We think that this is a very destructive factor. We have lots of cities with the belts of poverty, and the next one is degrading youth culture. So perhaps we are going to be dealing with the young generation that will be incapable of being employed. And any blind zone is a ground for black swans. If we go back to the definition of the black swan, what is meant under that definition is an unexpected, abnormal event that has massive impact. In most of the cases, it is a negative impact. And by the way, I would like to share the thought that's been repeatedly presented before. One of these black swans is ineffective state service and state servants being infected with the corruption virus, negligence, ignorance. Those state officials and corruption actually may be considered as black swan to a certain extent. And currently Kazakhstan is somehow squeezed in between the external geopolitical chaos and internal socio-economic chaos. I think that this is the most crucial challenge for the country currently. This is what I've briefed you about so far, and I'm now going to be back to slide number 1. So item number 6 is cultural crisis as an element of geopolitical crisis. You might be thinking about what culture are we thinking about? You know, there's so much going on globally and in Kazakhstan. I think yet that dramatic events that we've experienced, tortures, shooting the peaceful citizens, opening fire in peaceful cities, was thanks to low level of the culture. It happened because there is a humanistic crisis. And again, who follows the orders? Who follows the marching orders that they've been given? And if you remember, Professor Preobrazhensky, this is the character of Mikhail Bulgakov's Dog's Heart novel. That character said that the destruction starts not in toilets, but in the brains of people. And again, the wars get started in the brains of people, and then they come offline. And the nuclear war has already happened because some people think that the nuclear war is possible in the 21st century when a politician starts frightening the others with the launch of nuclear weapons, like Khrushchev, you know, trying to demonstrate the red button. Moreover, you know, there are many people who are supportive to such a leader. I think that we speak about the times of the barbarians. And again, what is a cultural individual for me? I think that the cultural person is the one who has very clear morals and a set of values. That individual sees the red line that he's not going to cross ever. And again, when there is no voice of self-dignity, then the society isn't viable. You know, there is an illusion that you may manage not cultural and uneducated crowd. And a couple of years ago, I published the article where I spoke about the opinion of some elite groups that they think that it is easy to manage those who are not educated, who have no understanding about what culture is, and so on and so forth. And it is they say easier to manage the crowd, you know, without having any, without having and following any dogma. You know, it's like feeding a dragon, right? You pull the tail of the dragon and you try to feed the dragon at the same time. And again, the deterioration of intellectual, intelligent, and cultural levels, you know, isn't going to lead you to the positive consequences. You know, a very prominent philosopher Chomsky told about this, you know, and going back to the domestic situation, we could easily say that there's going to be a threat to national security within the country because culture is interconnected to each and every area of our life. And we have devoted most recent session of ours to the culture, and we discussed it very thoroughly. Even though if we speak about the policy, then there is such a term as political culture. When we speak about the justice, then there is a term of legal culture, there's financial culture. When we speak to the finance people, you know, there's always a financial culture. Culture is a backbone of everything. You know, there's such a term as the culture of wealth. The culture of prosperity is something that you shouldn't be popping off, you know. popping off is a sign of not being educated. You know, you have to spend your money to support your society, to support the social projects, and to develop the country views. So culture is a part of subconsciousness because there is a culture of dialogue. Again, what happens when there is no culture of dialogue? Certainly, there's going to be ignorance. And thanks to that ignorance, we're going to have more and more black swans. For instance, we wouldn't anticipate, for instance, such a black swan as a judicial ignorance. I published the book that was devoted to the verticals of powers, and nobody expected actually that to happen. From linear concept of the development of the mankind, we are used to be thinking that the development is something that leads the human nature to be, you know, accelerating. So growing as if, you know, the society is becoming better and better. However, there is an abnormality. You know, the quantity doesn't mean the quality. The paradox of the current digital revolution that we experience in all of the industries is that the complex and the packages of different transformations and access to online and digital technologies did not lead to enlightenment. You know, on the contrary, we've been experiencing the era of zombies. We have lots of people without any moral principles, without any values. So this leads to the wars, this leads to finding the excuses of homicides and so on. There's also one illusion that the human being is going to be dominating in the era of digital revolution. However, all demons do not have any consciousness, and they're coming out. Auguste Valibon, who studied the crowd psychology in the beginning of the 20th century, it was mentioned about the effect of infection. So the ideas may be infectious, actually. And even though if you are a philosopher, you have PhD degree, you are well educated, you know, in certain time you may be infected with some absurd ideas, you know, and now at the moment, at the global level, we see that infection. Why? Because the human factor is also, to a certain extent, a black swan. Because once you start to destroying the access paths to information, we get to the new gaps in different groups of people and different societies. And moreover, I think that we are now in the new era of the new medieval age.
Сейчас всплеск фанатизма, и у нас даже появляется своя инквизиция, которая готова сжечь любого. Произошел кризис гуманитарного образования. Более того, исчезли производители интеллектуальных смыслов.
And we don't have the intellectual meanings anymore. So we have that humanities crisis, and there are no philosophers anymore. Philosophical thought for many years that was bringing more and more ideas and bringing new branches of science. But now there's a lack of philosophers in the world. Philosophers, public philosophers, of course, there may be some, but they are not in public. Those who could retranslate thoughts, global values, they are almost none. And there is a vacuum of ideas and moral values. And if there is a vacuum, it is filled in with the substitutes, including propaganda. Speaking about the medieval age, there is actually a coincidence. And I have just come across this comment of one of the bloggers, and he talked about medieval people how they learned to argue. They were supposed to use only the quotes approved by authorities and the church. So they could refer only to those ideas that were approved and presented before. So it was dogma, and the thought was under the dogma. And that's what we see. We see the new medieval age and such people who work according to different guidelines and present not their own thoughts but somebody else's, and not even tested through arguments. And so I think this is really good metaphor for the public, for the current society. And we may have the infodemic, infocratic, and different conspiracy theories, global theories, that also a part of the political mainstream. Main politicians actually think that this is the new trend and this is useful for political positioning. And populist politicians who use these conspiracy theories, they are actually the new players. This is this medieval age elements. We now have that as the contemporary cyberbullying or cancel culture. Cancel culture, this is a new phrase. A person who presented his or her point of view, society makes this person to change this point of view. Social media, which was supposed to be a platform for different opinions, is now exercises censorship. When artists, for example, writers, they are afraid to present provocative ideas because there are lists of haters who will do bullying against them and will make them say sorry just because they presented their point of view. And before, lack of culture was explained by just lack of literacy and a big number of social barriers, property and religious barriers. Now I can see other elements. Which is now explain the modern ignorance. This is information noise, lots of information noise. And when it happens, very few people really want to understand. They ask the question what, not question why and how. Now we can see an interesting trend, and this is information surfing, information hype. So quickly just read the titles, hype titles, leave some comment without getting into the essence of it. And so we talked about the 10 ways of manipulating people, and one of them was to keep people ignorant, cultivating mediocre. So the mediocre cult, this is also an interesting trend, including in the mass culture. And the facts actually are not interesting, only interpretation is needed. When social media gave access to everyone, when everyone can use the microphone, he or she is already an expert. Do you know, we had so many jokes, like he was a virus expert yesterday, today he's politics expert, tomorrow the same person is an expert on aviation equipment. So we can say that now mankind is like everybody is an expert. Everybody knows everything, even the smallest details in different sciences and innovations. And this is the risk, because this is deprofessionalization. So it's not even important which profession you have. You don't even need to get education. You can make your money quickly in social media because you have a chance to have lots of followers, big army of followers. And that has lots of negative impact. And So some young people are not interested to learn and spend a lot of time because they can just become a trendsetter just on the basis of this hype. And we have that influencer, a leader of public opinion, and new ignorancy has its roots in the education crisis. And the education system is one of the social institutions. Every person, every child gets through this institution. And it shows that there is such crisis all over, not only in Kazakhstan. And here we move to one more important issue, an important issue for Kazakhstan as a result of external geopolitical chaos overloading on local Kazakhstan chaos. And Kazakhstan is inside. It's not outside. It's inside. This chaos is inside because there is a big number of gaps and different issues in Kazakhstan. We have a very fragmented atomic society. We have confrontation in Kazakhstan society on different issues, on language policy, on attitude to Eurasian Economic Union, to attitude to Russia, China, and the war in Ukraine actually made this gap even wider in Kazakhstan and this chasm. And that's a big problem. We have a values crisis and the identities crisis. Part of Kazakhstan do not see themselves as part of Kazakhstan. Actually, people live here in Kazakhstan, but some of them live with their heads in the information space of Russia, for example. And there are certain risks in that. And where there are two types of separation of people, authorities from people, and the next one is separation in ideas. And there's a fragmented society, and it's really easy to explode it. And the country can become a toy for any geopolitical player. So they can play any geopolitical card in the society which is fragmented. So we like to refer to Lee Kuan Yew, especially about his methods of fighting corruption. And he has many articles on international relations and development of Singapore society. And he often says that not a single big external players will not see you as a weak player if you see unity, if they see that you are united inside your society around some values. And we don't have it, unfortunately. In 2014, we published a book about Kazakhstan young people, and we already said that there is a protest interests are growing in Kazakhstan because there is a factor of lost generation. I talked about young people. In Kazakhstan, we have many young people with low social economic status, with low cultural and educational level. Of course, there's a poor families, and they don't care about that culture, and they live around big cities. This is in new zones of chasm. Again, these are the marginal people living around big cities. And I talked about parallel worlds, and they exist there. One world is richer, the other is poorer and angrier. And what we saw in January, this is what we see, the signs of that. There were young people who are not terrorists and extremists. There's a part of Kazakhstan society who were doing looting and robbing, and actually they still with us. They didn't disappear anywhere. They still live with us. And so in Kazakhstan, such a book, how it was viewed as a view for, so this book is just for maybe burning it, or that's why there is a big fragmentation, and we cannot expect cultural development if people have to survive, not to live, but survive. And an important cultural development element is not just a growth of education, but there is the middle class emergence. This is all interconnected, and middle class depends on what? Depends on good economic policy of the state. And an individual should have a choice not just to what to read and who to listen. He should have free time and money for that. So this is all based on these details. When you are engaged in surviving, you have no time for self-development or training your children. Children are on their own, and they were cases when children died because their parents were at work. And in Kazakhstan, there were people dying just because they were using bad fuel, bad housing, and this is all based on a big layer of problems, and this is all interconnected. What we need to do to have that cultural and economic upgrade in Kazakhstan? Well, of course, a lot I said in public about political reforms, and you can see that on YouTube, but today I would like to talk about cultural, intellectual upgrade, and I think this is very important. We need to get away with the social inequality for people, so there should be equal access to high-quality education and cultural values, not only in Almaty and Astana, but in all the regions of Kazakhstan. Well, simply speaking, we should build not only plants, we should also build theaters, children's clubs, and sports clubs. The regions of Kazakhstan need new educational centers. Nazarbayev University will be created in 2 more Kazakhstan regions, but this is not enough. Every region of Kazakhstan is supposed to have a powerful educational cluster, because that gives a multiplier effect. For example, recently I had an interview with Yerkin Tatashev, and we talked about how to improve rural life. So we should restore villages, and how to do that? Not through the program, which is not an inefficient one, which is called With Diploma to the Village. At the beginning, we need to create in all the regions of Kazakhstan favorable conditions so that young people would want to come and stay and come back. And there should be good educational institutions, a high quality, at least compared to the former Soviet Union countries. There should be jobs, working businesses that use the modern business technologies who could provide jobs. And there should be cultural and entertainment infrastructure. Kazakhstan competitiveness is based on competitiveness of the regions. I think that should be the main ideology of Kazakhstan. So I say we should do away with regional segregation. In Kazakhstan constitution, Kazakhstan is a unity state. Unity state should have equal social, economic developed regions, but we don't have it. Our country is actually like a blanket made of different patches. And the patches sometimes are in bad shape, and that's not good. And Yermek Tursunov once said, our ancestors didn't know anything about the internet, but they built temples. Our grandfathers built plants, our fathers theaters, and we build bazaars, saunas, and I am afraid that our children will have to build prisons. That's a very sad forecast. To avoid that, we need to resolve another issue. This is the issue of children's poverty. This is one of the key issues, one of the most strategically important. And we had an interview with the Zertevo Research Institute founder, and she said that out of 6 million people of Kazakhstan children, 1 million lives in poor families. And what it means? It means a lost generation. This is a poverty catch, the poverty that will be transferred from generation to generation. And of course, there is bad health and demographic, also bad situation. And the third thing, one of the key components, there should be enlightenment activities to receive education. Without cultural development, if we do that, we'll just have cynical people, well-developed cynical people with a diploma, but do not have any moral values. But bad education with low level of education will give us extremists. And this is also big risk. Number 4, we need to improve the social economic status of people working in cultural and educational organizations. Golda Meir, the Prime Minister of Israel, once said that in Israel there are 3 respected professions. She said that if you want your country to be left only during vacation and be able to live there, she said that there should be 3 respected professions. This is a teacher, a doctor, and she also talked about military person. And so, but I would agree with a teacher and a doctor. And Socrates also said that all professions are from people and only 3 professions are from God. This is doctor, a teacher, and a judge. Again, teacher and doctor. Is the coincidence? No, it's not. This is the backbone of any society. This is the foundation of any nation, education and healthcare. This is very important. And if we ignore that, if we save money on that, we should not be afraid that the country explodes and there are terrorists, extremists, and looters come up. Number 5, Kazakhstan needs active support of sponsorship. It's very important for business to actively participate, not because they're made to, but business should understand if they do not contribute to the society, and then the society would explode and will cover the business. We've seen such examples so many times. So the guarantor of our security is not just the geopolitical balance that we should observe. When I say geopolitical balance, I mean that Kazakhstan should not just focus on its neighbors. Of course, we have the geographical fate. We have Russia and China, our neighbors with the long borders. But we need the balance. We need to actively cooperate with other players, Central Asian region, Turkic world, that should also actively position itself in social economic area. Our security should not only be based on efficient military force, although the conflict in Ukraine showed that how with the modernization of a small army, how you can withstand a bigger enemy, and which is big only in paper. And the guarantor of our security is the political stability, efficient economic system, and a high level of living standards and the human capital. This is one of our guarantor of security, not the political, not the military, but the internal capacity for development, so that the country is not being manipulated from outside. And a lot depends on self-identification of citizens of Kazakhstan. And this is not possible if there will be no common values in Kazakhstan that would unite Kazakhstan people despite of ethnical or other origins. We tried to create such doctrines of national unity.
There was an absurd situation which I remember is that one of the priorities for our country is the policy for industrial development, number 50 or whatever. You know, it has to be less complicated. Perhaps we have to concentrate on revival of Auez. Perhaps we have to concentrate ourselves on revival of the regions. Whatever unites Kazakhstan is. And at the same time, what I think is that there shouldn't be any thief column to incorporate external players. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, there is also a potential scenario. Machiavelli had the saying that no enemies will frighten you in case if the state is going to remain a solid castle. And I would like to complete my presentation with speaking about the people. We need to have people of certain moral benchmarking and people who would be beyond any conjecture, who would be influential enough, from a moral standpoint, influential. And Timur Turlov has a good saying, you know, we have lots of elderlies, we don't have wise elderlies. We don't have any more wise, wide-bearded men, you know. I haven't seen any prominent figure who would address the people of Kazakhstan, the powers, you know, in such circumstances, you know, the Khans and ordinary people would listen to those well-grounded positions. You know, when we murdered the Alashorda, when we destroyed our national researchers, perhaps this is when we actually destroyed ourselves. You know, there are many countries that do not actually make money because they do have pipes. You know, they make a lot of money by writing. I'm a publisher, and I can tell you that there are so many talented people who are young and those who are not that young, and I'm sure that there is one future Nobel Prize winner but in Kazakhstan. But nobody notices them. You know, they need to go through the crowd of ordinaries just because those ordinaries are the relatives of some influential people, you know. And how many of them left Kazakhstan already? And tomorrow we're going to be tearing ourselves into pieces when the Nobel Prize winner somewhere in Europe or in US is going to be the individual born and raised in Kazakhstan. You know, we've always been having those heroes. You know, you don't have to put obstacles. You don't have to you don't have to assist them. You don't have to be just putting the obstacles to them. We need to have the cult of peaceful people, ranging from writers to poets. You know, we need to have the lyrical reaction. Nicholas Taleb, who divided them into positive and negative ones. So a positive black swan, you know, get established in creative industries, you know, startups, unicorns, unexpectedly, you know, like the gift, you know. But the negative black swans, it is neo-negligence that leads to ignorance, social imbalances, and so on and so forth. And I would like to summarize using the phrase of Chingiz Abdullayev saying culture is a vaccine from barbarians. You know, I think that we should have been vaccinated long ago, and maybe the vaccine is not available. Maybe it has not yet been developed. Thank you so much, and I will be glad to respond to your questions. Thank you. Dosym, thank you very much. We have two questions from our online viewers, and the first question is the following: how can we get rid of the problem related to political ignorance, and will apoliticism be harmful for the future of the country? Well, you know, political knowledge and political education isn't something that you may get using the study books, you know. It is possible to get it only offline, but only in the conditions of the competitive political institutions, political parties, non-governmental organizations, independent mass media, trade unions, deputies, parliamentary deputies, but not those who keep silence, so that it acts as a notary office, you know, like administration of the president or the parliament. You know, people get elected and they were selected amongst the others. You know, so, a very interesting procedure of how they form the state service in the United Kingdom. You know. The preference is given to those who have the experience of working in the civil society. Why? Because those individuals are aware about the problems the civilian society has, you know, and they don't have this disease of the bureaucrat. When at the level of leaders, they say that there's a very, very short backup line. Well, indeed, it is long. You know, we have many potential officials. I see 3 groups that may be incorporated successfully into the state service, and they could change it. The reps of the business, not oligarchs. I'm speaking about small and medium-sized businesses. I'm not speaking about the tender businessmen. You know, if you don't put obstacles, then they will turn the Kazakhstan into the promising land. You know, there are some people who would not deal with business ever. You know, we used to be having ministers who did not work in the field. You know, there were ministers of agriculture who cannot differentiate the crops. You know, practitioners. The second segment is civilian society. You know, civil society has lots of experts in certain areas. And the third group is the army of former state officials, you know, those who didn't want to be involved into corruption. You know, they would be full of romantic thoughts maybe, and we need to have competitive political system. Thank you. Is that it, or any more questions? Thank you. This is it. So there's a question in the audience. We're going to be having the opportunity for 2 questions. A wonderful speech. Thank you so much. We treat you with a great deal of respect. Your intelligence and deep knowledge astonish us, and we're all patriots of our fatherland, but sometimes your words harm when you call Kazakhstan a paper tiger. In one of your most recent speeches, but being able to get rid of the ulcers of the society is a great thing. But wouldn't you like to participate in, or develop some step-by-step program? What needs to be done in the given area? There has to be a group of experts in rural area development that should be consistent of not only policy experts, but those working down in the field. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Well, my objective as a political science expert, and I'm an expert in risk assessment, and my objective is to talk about the risks and to discuss the risks. So please don't get insulted when I speak about the painful paint and drums, but there's other Kazakhstan, you may watch Khabar channel, but when I'm naming Kazakhstan a paper tiger, this is on purpose in order for Kazakhstan to become a real tiger. Back in 90s they talked about Asian tiger, and I made a joke that we turned out to be raising a Central Asian rabbit that eats the cabbage, which is a slang for money, right? So again, a lot's been done in many industries, and back in 2013 we used to be having a lot of initiatives in different areas, and there were good practices in counter-extremism, counter-terrorism, and there was a book made by a team of authors devoted to that topic, and Molotov cocktail was also devoted to the program for youth. And we have also conveyed that program to all of the parties concerned. But then what the response was, ask us, nothing, zero. So whatever happened in January isn't the consequence of a lack of programs. No, those programs have to be not blah 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 programs, that they have to be working. We provide our opinions free of charge. I know that there are a lot of research institutes that get paid, but we provide our opinions free of charge, and we distribute it to our AKIMs and to make sure that that we convey the message. I'm get disappointed, for instance, the Jana Kazakhstan, the new Kazakhstan concept. Okay, we will keep working and again, this is a part of my ideas, and in Almaty we are going to be establishing analytical centers where we could gather together and develop new interesting programs on certain certain areas important for Kazakhstan. And again, we rely on the idea that the new Kazakhstan isn't going to be similar to Asian tiger, the idea of 90s. There shouldn't be a collective Nazarbayev, because we learned our lesson of collective powers. And without it, there's not going to be any new Kazakhstan if we don't get rid of the collective Nazarbayev. Thank you so much. So we don't have a lot of time, so we promise to have one more question. Dosym, thank you so much for your interesting interview. I listened to you, and I also listened to you in YouTube. You talked about the segmentation of the society. In order to exclude that segmentation, we have to educate our young people. The societies providing scholarships, provide assistance to the young people. However, there are not many foundations and societies that would provide this help. And there is no trust in between people and between communities. There's, in your opinion, as an expert, what is your position? How this trust and building trust issue could be solved? A small girl from Taras needed a vaccine, and she needed 1 billion tenge for that, and it took 3 hours for Kazakhstanis to collect that money. And there are organizations who assist people to purchase property. However, we don't have many organizations of this kind, and we have to admit that there is a crisis of trust. So how can we actually tackle this? Well, the crisis of trust exists in many directions. There is a crisis of trust in between the society and the citizens. There is a crisis of trust within the elite groups, and January events actually an evidence to that, and we have destabilized our country even more. In order to build the trust, you know, I think that this is a multi-layered pie. The trust is possible to be built where people have the faith in themselves and in the country. You know, when the person isn't trusting him or herself, you know, there's not going to be any trust. You know, if the individual isn't believing into the future of the country, you know, there's not going to be trust. Why there's mistrust in powers? Because there's no response. I used to be asking, maybe we need to have the loyalty in change of effectiveness, you know. Please demonstrate that you're efficient and you will be trusted. You know, the trust the loyalty may not be gained without demonstrating the efficiency. Socio-economic growth is an issue because it serves as a ground for mistrust, inter-ethnic, social, and so on and so forth. So therefore, the socio-economic growth decreases that crisis. And let's not forget about the traditional Kazakhs features. The steppe culture was based on trust, you know. For instance, our hospitality was based on the you know, universal principle. You need to treat the guest, you need to feed the guest, and the guest may live in silence. Why? Because in the future you will need some help, and you will need to be trusted by a stranger, and you will need to trust the stranger. And that did not change for ages. So the post-traumatic syndrome of Kazakh society, the elimination of all of the cultural ties, repressions, wars, actually destroyed the traditional Kazakh mindset, and we need to restore it. You know, we have lots of elderly people, but no wise white-bearded men. Why? Not because they were old, you know, everybody would listen to them, because they were wise, and they would not be in the interest of money, you know, and they would provide the advices not for the sake of any benefit, you know. In order to be well trusted and respected, you gotta be trusting yourself first, and you have to, you know, understand that the neighbor is going to be the one to help you out in times of hardships. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Thank you, Dosym. And we will start the next session without any break. And it is devoted to the development of the Bank of the Future. Innovation replace traditional products of the banks, and the blockchain technology is the largest catalyst of bank technologies. The most prominent businessman known for his innovation, Timur Turlov, is going to talk to us about the Bank of the Future. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief today, and actually to comply with the timelines. My narration is going to be devoted to the opportunities. I'm going to be speaking to you about how you could change the industry pretty quickly, and how the new approaches could allow you to change the game by 180 degrees, and how you could use the modern technology right now. There are many people actually who were sad about the fact that their youth was not back in 90s when there were lots of opportunities, when people would build the primary capital. They think that it is much harder to make capital at this moment, and they want to go back to the times of gigantic changes. Our current changes are deeper, much deeper, and you are the people who do have the opportunity to participate.
And you can make your big contribution, not just to the changes of ownership on some properties, but in creating some new values that can change the world for the better. And I would like to share our strategy today, what we do now, and I will tell you in a nutshell what results we were able to achieve, why we are glad what we are doing. Well, actually, banks are not efficient, drastically not efficient, and I think this is quite evident. I've been doing investment banking for about 15 years and commercial banking for 6 years. And within the last 6 years, when we were getting into operational activities of different banks, we realized that they have huge capacity. How to make it better, how to optimize it. Banks can be much more efficient. They can do processes much quicker than it was before and much cheaper. Many banks are conservative, many banks are profitable, and that impedes them from moving forward. When you are in your comfort zone, it's really hard to move forward. Almost any entrepreneur knows that there is always a lack of everything. Every entrepreneur is always lacking resources. And when you are in some comfort, you have no motivation to change. So every success is a deficit of resources, big deficit, which enables you to find non-standard solutions. And if you're able to change the rules, the game rules, if you can create a bank with a completely different productivity, with a much better efficiency, then you understand that you can grow quickly. Your share can increase quickly from a small one to a big one. Well, actually, the first bank in Kazakhstan, to issue 5 million cards, they were taking 20 years for that. They were building the network, they were hiring and training their people. And then next experience was repeated during 2 years when the second bank issued 5 more million cards, and they actually realized that their cards are more active than the cards before, and actually 60 cards are now belong to another bank, retail banking cards. And then actually we realized that the game can be even faster, and even that way that was gone through a few days, that can be even faster, and you can get credibility of your clients much quicker. On classical terms, that was not possible. To open 10 million cards, you actually needed years and thousands of people. In digital world, this can be done almost immediately. You can actually take just a few days to open 10 million cards, and you don't need any people. Clients will open the cards themselves. Well, the digital banks cost a lot. A Brazilian new bank cost a lot of money, and they attracted 53 million clients. Brazil actually is similar to Russia in its level of income and the size of economy. Well, actually, this bank with the value of $37 billion, which every client gives about 700, it's not bad. And actually, you don't have people servicing clients because they service themselves. You just need the developers and service that will serve the clients. And companies that do the optimization of mortgages. It's a big market in the US. Those mortgage banks that were able to automate their processes, they receive capitalization of dozens of $billions by helping people to make transactions. In mortgage business in the US, there is a big number of people, really lots of people who are not even hundreds of thousands, but really more people who receive a lot of money to service big country, to issue a mortgage credit that takes about 3, 4, 5% of the cost of the house. And there's a big operational cost that the economy has to carry. And when you can get away from different procedures and different people, offices who do the expertise and review these credit options, when you can actually automate it, when you can just press one button, then the magic happens. It actually turns out that in mortgage business, while actually the US pays $20 billion for its operational costs and mortgages issues, actually you don't need it. You actually saved $20 billion. Well, these are the leaps forward, leaps in productivity that happen all over the world, and that happen here in Kazakhstan. Well, in Kazakhstan, there is the coolest fintech in the world. We have some things that are lacking everywhere else. For one reason, because we have a cool electronic government. We have well-structured government databases, and the financial sector, and I'm speaking about myself and my sector, and we are able to work on legal terms with these databases. So we, as a bank, with your permission, we can do all kinds of requests on the buyer, on the seller, on the object of real estate, and we can do the assessment of collateral, so that we know how much is that apartment cost, and do we need a human being to participate in that. So maybe the assessment can be done by computer, and actually it can, and this is much more objective assessment. We were able to discuss it and to study it and to do it. You don't have to sign papers, you don't have to bring those certificates, and during a mortgage transaction, from we open an account till the full transaction closer, when the ownership changed and the service loan is provided. We had not a single bank officer involved into this process. This is fully automated process. This is fully based on logical inquiries in the databases. So we have checked everything, we have put the collateral, we have changed the right of ownership, and so we just work with databases. People don't have to physically come and bring different certificates. And that gives us saving of money up to 1 million tenge when we issue a single loan. Up to 50 loans are issued every day. We don't have branches, we don't have a big network of people. We have just 15 people on the call center, and they provide support, and this is it. And these are just call center offices, so they help people when they have problems. So every second mortgage loan is issued by Freedom Finance Bank. And not only on that, we are actually becoming the second bank on issuing loans and on state program, and on the mortgage that is done without any government support. We started working with mortgages last summer. We bought the bank a year ago, and we are the first bank now the first biggest bank on mortgages without any branches. We don't even have a mobile application. This is all done on a website. There's just one product, and lots of opportunities are used that are provided by electronic services of the government. Not a single bank in the world issues mortgages without humans involved. This is fully automated process. Not a single bank in the world can change the right of ownership on property remotely. Not a single organization are able to issue mortgage without papers. and issuing and printing papers. So clients actually are able to receive these documents at the notary, and the bank does not keep any papers. And there is electronic signature, which is actually kept on the cloud. This is really cool. And this is not just cool, the team that we have that is able to provide the product, and we were able to develop it within 6-8 months. It's not Windows that programmers worked for dozens of years. No, and this is not the most complicated software. This is just a fresh approach. This is qualified people who understand the business very well. And the bank is not afraid to take new approach and finding new ways how to do that. And this is very open government, because without the government that we won't be able to do it. You can be really smart and have a billion of employees and billion of dollars, but if you're not able to take information from the electronic database, so you'll have to work with papers, no matter how smart your employees are. So it's very important that all elements of ecosystem should work. And in Kazakhstan, we have cool fintech because we have cool electronic government. We have very good Ministry of Digital Development. On world terms, they are very good, much better than in the US or Western Europe, and I know those systems very well. So we had online assessment for 15,000 apartments within 9 months. Can you imagine how many assessments live bankers could do? And we also work with standard real estate. This is 80% of the market, standard apartments, up to 70 million in different countries. We did the models for real estate assessment in all oblast centers. We have actually more of that. We are expanding. On our website, we have information on real time. You can see how many people go through assessment, how many loans are approved. You can see even on map the buildings where the apartments were bought with our mortgage. We started providing loans on the state program. Well, we have very expensive mortgage because we have very high rates. Well, we can discuss why it happened. There are certain reasons for that. But mortgage on state program is much more accessible. This is 7% rate, and it's really hard to find real estate. But people are able to find it to meet the terms. And we were able to issue 783 loans. We started last month, and during 1 month we were able to issue 783 loans. And I would like to repeat, we don't have that many employees or branches. This is just an automated process. And we have 4,200 loans that are waiting for the clients to select their real estate, not because we take our time and delay, no, but because clients are still looking for their property, but we already provided approval, and when they are certain, we'll be able to close that transaction just with a few clicks. We prepare digitally credit provision, and I think this will change the game. This will help to improve the market and will enable us to also make cars loans much more accessible, because cars loans are much higher here in Kazakhstan than in Russia, for example. Well, the bank premium is much higher, and this process is much less on flow, and in several years we had some positive changes. One red bank is on this market, and the life is improving, and we are preparing our own approach to digital car loans. And have a look, 5 developers and 5 telemarket experts did this product. 10 people This is not a building, this is not 100,000 programmers, just 10 people, 10 Kazakhstan citizens that are located in Almaty office, and they do this product. 5 developers and 5 people who provide support, and we teach them to help clients. But so you see, this is needed. We need the integration with, well, for example, road police databases, with the physical persons databases, income databases, data on cars ownership, services on receiving license numbers, electronic signature. So we all need this so that the client does not need to bring anything in paper or take a picture, because we already have this data. Government knows about you almost everything, and the government should not ask you again or request certificates from you. So we are learning not to do that, and we would like that. So when you find a car of your dream, no matter whether it's a new car or some old second used car, we want you just to include information in your mobile application, include the license number, that confirmation is got by the buyer. Buyer approves, you approve from your side, the bank checks you, approves your loan, you take the key and you go, and nothing else needed. If you want just to leave the same license number, plate number, you can leave it, and you don't even have to come to change that license plate number. And the government can do that. Ministry of Industry and Digital Development has already done this, and we can already use these services. You can later get those paper documents from certain organization, but you don't need it. This car is already yours, and the police, if they stop you, they can see in the database that you are the owner, and you can immediately register your insurance. Well, one of the biggest challenges is to do assessment of used cars without looking at them physically, and that was a big challenge for us, because we have to make the trust ratings and see how the car was owned, how often the car changed the owner, how often the buyer changed the cars, what was the logic of buying cars, how many insurance cases, how actively the car was used. So there are many, many behavioral factors that we analyze to understand what is the probability that you'll try to deceive us and that the collateral is not the real one. And we come to the model when we collect indirect data, and we can be sure that this car exists, that it is in good shape, and that is sold in good faith. I think this is coming future, when the ownership, car ownership, can be changed in the application, and you can immediately get a bank loan just by doing some clicks on your smartphone. You can take a picture of its car, of its number, and understand whether the bank will provide the loan to you or not. What else a bank needs? Well, a bank is always growing by 2 streams, by cards and by payments. Payments emerge when there is some loans provisions. Banks are needed to do the payments, and this is done by almost everyone. And banks can help people to invest. And we, as the biggest broker in the region, with a big presence in Western Europe, we have about 100,000 of European clients that use our services. We provide cool investment products. Not only investment products, we try to create a story where we are able to issue a card fully online. Of course, we can do that. We can do that and put them to Apple Pay. Before we had physical branches, but now we need just to send 10 million text messages, and we can save money on issues of cards. and we can save up to $6 on each card, and that's big money considering economy of scale. It's possible so that we see in one application all your property. You can insure your property. You can place it as a collateral if you want to get some loan and collateralize your car or apartment. You can see like your full picture, your accounts, your investment, and you can manage your finance on single window. So that's what we are coming to. We haven't done it, but we are going to do it in near term. And the ecosystem will develop, and the knowledge about the client will enable the bank not to ask silly questions and provide products that the client really needs, provided on beneficial terms, really knowing your client better and your needs better. That's how companies are created in the West, and that's what we are learning, and that's how we see our strategy. And absolutely surely, when we were speaking about our history, I would like to say that we now understand very well that those who start some new things, new projects, they have great benefits compared to those who started that business 30 years ago.
You may actually totally change the system that's been constructed for 30 years, and you may actually change the entire ecosystem within 6 months. You know, they're going to be having the next meeting deciding what's going on, while you will be conquering the entire market, you know. And again, those opportunities are great, and they're much larger because your success depends on the implementation into practice of your theoretical knowledge. And I will be ready to respond to a couple of your questions. We have very, very timing, and I gotta go. Thank you very much, Timur. We have questions from our online viewers. The first question: I want to be a banker. What skills do I have to compete? Well, you know, I can assume that you gotta have the IT competence, no matter what you're going to be dealing with. A good lawyer is to be having good IT competences. The bank does not have to be having any IT stuff, because bank is to become a totally IT experts, you know, those who are deep in terms of accounting, jurisdiction, law, and all of the nuances of how the bank performs. You know, IT is not the industry of the future. All professions will somehow be related to IT. The second question: how during the digital age to reinforce the confidentiality? There is no mean to do so. I don't know, frankly. All of us are very, very transparent. The only method of having higher levels of confidentiality is not to be of interest. In 99.9%, there is no interest. You know, the information is vast. Nobody is able to process it. If you have a feeling that somebody is listening to you, it means that you are of zero interest to anyone. The resources of the state to, you know, try to find commercial hacking agents or whatever, you know, those resources are very, very limited. So we speak about a very small number of people. So the world may be characterized as the space of no confidentiality almost, but to protect it is a high task, you know. We spend a lot of money in Europe, you know, to protect the personal data, and the penalties raise up all the way up to hundreds of millions of dollars. Kazakhstan has been pretty successful in terms of ensuring the structuring of data. There is also one more method of seeking confidentiality, you know. not to process data. You know, Germany, for instance, does not have unified identification. There's no individual identification number, for instance. There's no common databases. You know, I don't know whether it's good or bad. There's one question from the audience. Good afternoon. I would like to ask you the following question. For instance, there is an investor, and the investor wants to invest its bonds. So, is it going to be only the national bank to provide the storage opportunities for bonds, or your bank is capable to do that? This question is to you directly. Well, you know, securities may be saved by any broker who has the license of nominal nature, and to include any bank, and our bank is not an exception. And the national bank, in fact, does not store anything except for the assets of the national banks, and which is the custodian of the pension fund. So storage of securities and storage of securities of international companies. Do you have such function? Now, broker companies have had the licenses for nominal holding, and we also have Freedom Finance Global having this license for custodial storage of its assets. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will take one more question from the audience. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your great presentation. The question that I have is what programming language is used for backend? Well, you know, it differs from PHP, Java to more modern languages. I don't know, actually, in particular. At the moment when I understood pretty well the languages that were used for backend, you know, was long ago, and I think that I'm not competent about the details at the moment. I have general knowledge about how this works. Have you heard about Limongo SQA? We used Mongo, for instance, and I'm certain that and SQL, we have the internal audit systems using SQL when you need to have a high speed of responses, you know. Mongo is not being used. Thank you so much. Thank you. This was the chair of Freedom Finance Corporation, Timur Turlov.
Әлем өзгеруде, бұрынғыдан да тезірек. Біз жаңа ғылыми техникалық революцияның алдында тұрмыз. Күн сайын пайдаланушылар, құрылғылар және бизнес интернетте одан да көп деректер жасайды. Әлемде алдыңғы қатарда болу үшін біз Қазақстандағы ең инновациялық деректер орталықтарын құруды қолға алдық. Транстелекомның деректерді өңдеу орталықтары бұл сіздің компанияңыздың ішкі бизнес процестерін оңтайландыруға және IT шығындарын азайтуға көмектесетін тиімді технологиялық шешім. Біздің мақсат клиенттерімізге цифрлық әл-ауқатты қамтамасыз ету. Сіздің цифрландыру бойынша серіктесіңіз Транстелеком.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Land. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для персонализированной модели образования для каждого ребенка. Стержнем платформы является библиотека цифровых уроков в формате увлекательных анимационных и видеообъяснений, симуляторов и тренажеров, а также разных по сложности интерактивных заданий. Это позволяет системе адаптировать процесс обучения под каждого ученика. Контент платформы представляет собой синтез лучших мировых разработок, локализованных на казахский и русский языки в полном соответствии с требованиями действующих ГОСО и обновленной учебной программы. Ключевым элементом экосистемы является модуль онлайн-мектеп, разработанный в партнерстве с Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы. Содержание онлайн-мектеп состоит из 24 тысяч цифровых уроков и более полумиллиона заданий, разработанных лучшими учителями ниш. Цифровой обучающий контент покрывает все 37 предметов с 1 по 11 классы на казахском и русском языках. В настоящее время на платформе зарегистрировано 2 900 000 пользователей, 300 000 из которых являются учителями. За 2020-2021 год на платформе было проведено более 350 миллионов онлайн-уроков, выполнено 2 500 000 заданий и упражнений. Платформа облегчает организацию учебного процесса с помощью автоматизации рутинной работы учителя, освобождая время для творческой и индивидуальной работы с детьми. Благодаря платформе учитель получает доступ к готовым поурочным планам, автоматизирует домашние задания, легко формирует учебные планы и расписание, может создавать свои собственные материалы, используя встроенный конструктор. Также в рамках единой экосистемы учителя получают доступ к актуальным курсам повышения квалификации и профессионального роста. В свою очередь, ученики на платформе видят свой прогресс в реальном времени. Помимо этого, на платформе реализована функция геймификации, позволяющая ученикам получать бонусы и поощрения за достижения в учебе. С нового учебного года родители также имеют свои профили на платформе онлайн-мектеп, которые показывают прогресс ученика в динамике. Кроме того, родительский профиль позволит получать не только данные об успехах в учебе, но и уведомления о местонахождении и безопасности ребенка. Экосистема включает в себя функционал цифрового репетиторства, онлайн-библиотеку с крупнейшей коллекцией электронных аудиокниг, функции автоматизации школьных процессов, систему подготовки к казахстанским и международным тестам, а также платформу дошкольного обучения. Белемленд – качественное образование, доступное всем.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Auezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Құрметті 4-ші Нобель фестивалінің лекторлары, қатысушылары мен қонақтары. 4-ші фестивальдің тақырыбы экспоненциалды инновациялар әлемі. Seifullin атындағы Қазақ Agrotechnical университеті биылғы жылы осы іс-шараның бас серіктесі болып табылады және фестивальді өткізу үшін өз алаңын ұсынады. 65 жыл ішінде қату агротехникалық саланың барлық негізгі салаларында табысты жұмыс істейтін 70 мыңнан астам маман дайындады. Біздің түлектер қатарында Қазақстан Республикасы парламентінің депутаттары, жетекші кәсіпорындардың басшылары, елімізге белгілі қоғам қайраткерлері мен спортшылар бар. Бүгінде біздің университет білім беру бағдарламаларының сапасы бойынша аккредиттеу және рейтингтің тәуелсіз агенттігінде Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындарының талап өтілінің ұлттық рейтингі бойынша отандық жоғары білім беру көшбасшыларының қатарына кіреді. Сонымен қатар, қату Қазақстанның ауыл шаруашылығы өндірісін цифрландыру бойынша базалық университет болып табылады. Біздің серіктестеріміздің қатарында әлемге әйгілі 160-тан астам жетекші зерттеу университеттері мен ғылыми орталықтар бар. Олардың ішінде аграрлық сала бойынша әлемдегі екінші жоғары оқу орны Дэвистегі Калифорния университетін, Европадағы Агропаритек университетін және басқаларды атап өтуге болады. Бүгінде қату Италияның Милан университетімен бірлесіп 3 мамандық бойынша қос дипломды білім беруге көшті. Бұл біздің түлектерімізге екі елдің дипломдарын алуға мүмкіндік береді. Біздің университетте бакалавриат, магистратура және докторантура деңгейлерін меңгеру мүмкіндігі бар. Қазіргі уақытта білім алушылар саны 12 мың адамнан асты. Олардың 70% мемлекеттік гранттар бойынша оқиды. Әскери кафедрада оқудың толық мүмкіндігі қарастырылған. Сапалы мамандар болу үшін барлық қажетті жағдайлар жасалған. Университет кез келген білім беру форматында кедергісіз жұмыс істеуге бағытталған. Студенттер үшін электронды жүйемен жабдықталған баспахана мен кітапхана бар. Онда 1,5 миллионнан астам кітап қоры ұсынылған. Қазақстанның аграрлық саладағы жетекші университеті ретінде көктемгі фестивальдің сессиялары аясында қату атынан университетіміздің басқарма төрағасы, экономика ғылымдарының докторы Айтуғанов Қайрат Қапарұлы спикер ретінде сөз сөйлейді.
Мир меняется. Мы на пороге новой научно-технической революции. Каждый день пользователи, устройства и бизнес создают все больше и больше данных в сети. Чтобы быть на передовой со всем миром, мы работали над созданием самых инновационных дата-центров в Казахстане. Центры обработки данных от Транстелеком — это комплексное технологическое решение, которое поможет оптимизировать внутренние бизнес-процессы вашей компании и снизит существенные затраты на IT. Ведь наша цель — обеспечивать цифровое благосостояние нашим клиентам. Ваш партнер по цифровизации — Транстелеком.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Belém. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для персонализированной модели образования для каждого ребенка. Стержнем платформы является библиотека цифровых уроков в формате увлекательных анимационных и видеообъяснений, симуляторов и тренажеров, а также разных по сложности интерактивных заданий. Это позволяет системе адаптировать процесс обучения под каждого ученика. Контент платформы представляет собой синтез лучших мировых разработок, локализованных на казахский и русский языки в полном соответствии с требованиями действующих ГОСО и обновленной учебной программы. Ключевым элементом экосистемы является модуль онлайн-мектеп, разработанный в партнерстве с Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы. Содержание онлайн-мектеп состоит из 24 тысяч цифровых уроков и более полумиллиона заданий, разработанных лучшими учителями ниш. Цифровой обучающий контент покрывает все 37 предметов с 1 по 11 классы на казахском и русском языках. В настоящее время на платформе зарегистрировано 2 900 000 пользователей, 300 000 из которых являются учителями. За 2020-2021 год на платформе было проведено более 350 миллионов онлайн-уроков, выполнено 2 500 000 заданий и упражнений. Платформа облегчает организацию учебного процесса с помощью автоматизации рутинной работы учителя, освобождая время для творческой и индивидуальной работы с детьми. Благодаря платформе учитель получает доступ к готовым поурочным планам, автоматизирует домашние задания, легко формирует учебные планы и расписание, может создавать свои собственные материалы, используя встроенный конструктор. Также в рамках единой экосистемы учителя получают доступ к актуальным курсам повышения квалификации и профессионального роста. В свою очередь, ученики на платформе видят свой прогресс в реальном времени. Помимо этого, на платформе реализована функция геймификации, позволяющая ученикам получать бонусы и поощрения за достижения в учебе. С нового учебного года родители также имеют свои профили на платформе онлайн-мектеп, которые показывают прогресс ученика в динамике. Кроме того, родительский профиль позволит получать не только данные об успехах в учебе, но и уведомления о местонахождении и безопасности ребенка. Экосистема включает в себя функционал цифрового репетиторства, онлайн-библиотеку с крупнейшей коллекцией электронных аудиокниг, функции автоматизации школьных процессов, систему подготовки к казахстанским и международным тестам, а также платформу дошкольного обучения. Belém. Качественное образование, доступное всем.
The industry of educational technologies was launched back in 2020 when 1.5 students worldwide shifted over to online format. And at the same time, it was clear that the state programs for secondary education are not able to respond to that demand. And now we're going to be talking to Belém Media Group, Mr. Rauan and Mr. John Cole, who are going to be from Haley Beryasana, who are going to be talking to us about those issues. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all of the participants to this festival. We're glad to see you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers to put me somewhere in between the experts in education and the Nobel Prize winners and the experts in modern technologies. And the speakers today, as it was said before, will be Mr. Collins, welcome, and Rauan Kenzhehanuly, welcome to Nobel Fest. And this is the fourth Nobel Fest that is devoted to the Nobel Prize winners. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. John Collins first, and ask him to talk about the research projects and the ideas, to share the opinion and recommendations. Mr. Collins, the floor is yours.
Festival, it's перевод идет?
English channel sound check. This is your interpreter, sir.
The first question is, can you ask about your project and the new technologies, scientific solutions, and the new trends of educational?
If we're talking about IT and education, obviously I think COVID has actually dramatically increased the speed at which education is used in education. So if you think about it, because of the necessities of COVID, suddenly the whole country had to go online, and therefore it was not possible, particularly when children were away from school, to have that interaction with teachers. Now, if it wasn't for educational platforms where children could work with teachers and upload resources, now there's a whole range of educational platforms, but I think in terms of where schools have gone, you have taken teachers who previously may not have been comfortable with technology, but they've now been forced to adopt these kind of online learning platforms. And I think one positive of COVID is the fact that actually these are now in place. Children expect their resources to be there. Teachers, our teachers, for example, now upload their resources there, so children can access them 24/7. Parents can do that. And I think that's one way technology is going to be more and more embedded into education.
Okay. The first, I have questions. The first, which perspective will define the next generation and the technologies after COVID?
Well, we're at in terms of education, and I mean, obviously I was reading about what you offer. I think there's a lot which we can now build on. We've laid the foundations, okay? And what we're looking at, and I think a lot of educators are looking at, is how do you then move it to the next level? So yes, you have interactive resources, you can talk to teachers, but for example, artificial intelligence, that's probably another key area for development. Now, one of the schools I'm working with in the UK actually uses artificial intelligence. So a pupil will go online, they do it for like homework, and rather than just setting you questions, it actually quickly learns what the pupil knows and what the pupil doesn't know, and therefore will actually start manipulating the questions to actually challenge the pupil into areas they don't know. Other things which are particularly, we know children particularly, or teenagers, like the gaming world. Gaming software providers are very good at getting the attention of children.
And you have to think about why. So why do majority of teenagers like playing games? Because there's an element of competition, there's speed, and it's interactive. Now, what an area which is increasingly becoming in, for example, is games or educational games where there is an element of competition. So, for example, there's a game which we're currently using, and it's mainly to promote reading amongst our boys. It's called Dreamscape. And Dreamscape is a very simple little game, and it's a game whereby the child reads, and as they read, they earn points, and you can set up a little base, and then you can go and attack. This is for young children. You can then go and build your empire. Now, that has dramatically improved our literacy rate amongst our boys, who previously didn't want to. They struggled to read books because they weren't that motivated. So I think in terms of education, we've laid the foundations. It's now, where do you take it? So there's AI, there's the gaming world. If you want to look really further ahead, virtual reality. Now, if you think about the number of teenagers who are into gaming PlayStations, I was talking to a company very recently who are saying that within the next 2-3 years, most households will have virtual reality headsets. Now, if you could take a child who couldn't necessarily go to that place, but you could put them into a virtual reality world, you'll be able to experience places you couldn't see. Now, it really depends on where that goes, who knows? It obviously depends if there's the equipment. But what you can achieve with technology and education, we've only just opened the door, and there's so much more we can do.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to remind you that you are free to ask questions because this is a discussion session, a Q&A session, so please don't hesitate. Do we have those who would like to ask questions, please? Mr. Coles, would you please respond? Do you adapt your curriculum with the curriculum of higher educational institutions? Because the university curriculum get changed pretty often. Do you have friendly higher educational institutions? What do you do in this regard? Thank you.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat the question because I get like one word out of 4, so I can't understand the question. I'm sorry, this isn't working. I'm apologize. Okay, so if you think about what universities want, okay, we talk about the digital literacy. Now, digital literacy previously was learning how to use certain types of software. Digital literacy now is a much wider range. So you're not only understanding software, but how do you use different things to be creative? So we do International Baccalaureate. So we will do computer science, which is a curriculum base, and that will feed in directly to the university course. But what we're actually trying to do is prepare our students to have IT, digital literacy skills, which will support their courses at any course at university. So it's not just a question of them being able to word process, it's them being able to take different sources of information and present it in different ways. That's the digital native or the digital literacy for what we're trying to do at the moment.
And second part of questions, do you have international partners with school?
Yeah, so obviously we work with International Baccalaureate. In terms of companies we work with, we do a lot with Google. Google is a very major, large educator. They've invested a lot in education. We also do quite a lot with Apple. And it's not because we particularly like the Apple iPad or tablet. And as I was once told, you're not there to sell the iPad. Apple does that. But actually what we talk is the ecosystem. So what you can actually do. So for example, you've got iUniversity, you've got iBooks, you've got apps. you've got augmented reality, you've got virtual reality. It's really what else plugs into the hardware is what we're looking at. So really Google and Apple are the major people we're playing with at the moment.
Okay. Следующие вопросы.
We do have the question in the audience. Good afternoon. Could I ask you a question regarding the gaming while teaching the students? Isn't this going to be leading to a lack of accountability and a lack of responsibility among students? How balanced is it in Haileybury? What is the balance in between the traditional teaching techniques and the digital techniques?
Yeah, that's a very good question. My personal belief is that technology will never take away from the value of a real-time teacher. Technology aids a teacher. It does not replace a teacher, in my personal feeling. The games which our children play, and it is very limited, I talk about one little game there, they are always age-appropriate. They're educational games. So in a day, a child might be on an iPad for just a few moments. It depends on the lesson, really. What I would hate to see, and it would never happen, would be for our children just to come in, put on virtual reality goggles, and then just, learn that way. That's never going to happen, I don't think. In terms of gaming, you have to work very carefully with your children. Children spend enough time on devices anyway. So if you then say everything goes on there, but it's certainly something which is being millions of US dollars are being pumped into this, because research does actually show that if you construct an educational program with some form of gaming element, pupils tend to engage. So there is a success, but you've got to balance it. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me, can I ask a question to Mr. John? Thank you so much for your presentation first, and thanks a lot that you just mentioned about gamification and about any kinds of tools that you can use in children education and also in this way. And what kind of expected results you are waiting for, suggest after a couple of years, just using this kind of technique? So thank you.
What we are trying to do, and when I say it sounds like we just use games, no we don't. 99% of our teaching is quality teacher-led engagement. What we have found is, and we're only really used it in we're starting at this process. We have found it has engaged pupils, not necessarily in the classroom, but outside of the classroom. So when they're in their own time. So what we've noticed is we've had accelerating, and a lot of our students, we deliver our curriculum in English. And we found that by having this one little program, our improvement in English has been probably about 50, for the time we've accelerated their learning from their reading ages, we've probably caught up or gone from about what would normally have taken 9 months to about 5 months. So that's the acceleration. Why is that happening, particularly in boys? Because they want to play the game, and therefore they don't know they're learning. So you have to read. You have to do, and the reading interacts with the pupil. As the pupil gets better, the reading gets harder. And because there's an element of competition, they want to play against their friend, they don't actually realize they're learning. So it will never take away from the traditional side, but it's just another tool.
Okay, thank you. Если еще вопросы?
Are there any other questions? Any questions online, maybe? If there are questions, please read them out from the chat.
I have a question.
Could you please tell us about the main difference between the Helleberry School Education Program and Kazakhstan State Educational Program? Thank you.
Okay, no, good question. We are an international school. Our language of tuition is English. Now, different education systems work different ways. And my knowledge of the Kazakh education system, I am not an expert, and I don't wish to insult anybody in it by making statements. The way I look at how I describe our education system, when I was at school, which was a few years ago, I would sit in a class, and it was a very didactic way of learning. My classroom teachers were very scary, would often shout information at us, and as a pupil, if we got it wrong, we got shouted at. And it was very much what we would class as rote learning. You just learned dates, facts, figures. It wasn't creative learning. Now, we obviously had some, it wasn't all that bad. We had some teachers which we did enjoy, but the majority were quite strict and quite scary. And what we now try and do is, in our education system, if I talk about ours, in the younger years, it's all about creativity. You give pupils opportunities. So if we start down at kindergarten, so our children will start in the school at the age of 2, so that's creche. Even at 2, we will be doing, if you go to their room, they will have different work activity stations. They will choose where they go to learn. And each activity has a purpose. It's developing skills. As they get older, the lessons are all about, not all project-based, but it's all about active learning, peer teaching, and the teacher has gone from being that traditional fountain of knowledge to be the supporter of learning. We also have another strand which runs through the school, which we call iMake. And what we're trying to do is, it's a bit like makerspace. We're trying to give those children skills so they know how to do making film productions, how they do 3D printing, how they do some DT, how they can do coding. And all those things can then be used in different stuff. So we kind of focus it on the STEAM. So I think it's much more probably inquiry-based. But I must admit, I'm not an expert in the Kazakh education system. The English education system is all about inquiry-based. Pupils coming up with a problem, or the teacher gives a problem, they're not told how to find the solution. They then have to work together under guidance, and then they come on the solution, and then they will reflect. And they reflect on that, go, right, what went well, what went wrong, and then you learn. And then you kind of then got that subject knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have a question.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. Could you tell me what competences a graduate needs, what is needed in education in the world, not in Kazakhstan?
There's a cliched statement which says that most of the people who leave school in the next 2 years will be doing, at least 20 or 30% of them will be doing jobs which don't exist at the moment. And if you think about when we left school, when I left school, the idea, the internet didn't really exist. I didn't have a mobile phone, although my son thinks it's a complete how I survived. I did not have a mobile phone until I was late 20s. We've now got jobs, for example, like a social influencer. Now, school didn't prepare anyone to be a social influencer, and yet these people have evolved. So what are you looking for? You're looking for skills. You are actually, it's not subject content. You're actually trying to develop individuals who are creative, resilient, curiosity, who can handle failure. Yes, at university they will learn subject knowledge, but if you think about your school days and all the subject knowledge you learnt, how often is it that every day you actually go back and, you know, I learnt in physics that will help me? What school prepared us for and helped successful entrepreneurs go ahead is the skills, and that is what we're trying to develop, because then you can take these skills and actually move them into different jobs. So it's not actually subject knowledge you want to give children, you want to give them skills. And we do the International Baccalaureate, which means you do 6 subjects, and then you do some core of philosophy, extended essay, and basic community service. That's what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. I have questions. The first, it's do you have special program oriented to school or special areas of industry, or it's in developing process of school program curriculums? So it's the main criteria. It's the main criteria of in developing process.
I mean, what we do is obviously we follow the international baccalaureate system, which is an internationally recognized baccalaureate system. So you will do mathematics, a language, sciences, humanities, economics. So it doesn't necessarily link into an industry. Most of our students will go to university to read some form of degree. What we're trying to do is give a wide base of academic knowledge, but at the same time, part of the IB is all about developing characteristics. One of those I keep talking about is resilience, curiosity, reflectiveness, global citizenship, cultural awareness. That's what we're trying to educate the children. When they come in, so we don't link directly. Most of our children don't go straight into a job. They will go to university. And that's what we're catering for.
Okay, thank you. Есть ли вопросы?
Are there any other questions? Good afternoon. Could you tell me, in your educational system, how potential employers participate? Who will receive your graduates in future? Are there any special programs to work with employers?
Well, what we've done in the past, and obviously COVID has kind of stopped that. If you imagine you're 14 years old, and if I did a survey here and I asked how many of you knew what you wanted to do when you were 14, I suspect very few people would. If you do, you're lucky. Most people don't. What we try and do is, and obviously during COVID we couldn't do this, is do something called work experience, where pupils will say, actually, you know, I might want to be a mathematician, or I might want to go into, for example, some form of IT, coding or app development, or I might want to be an engineer. And then what we will try and do is build links with companies in Nur-Sultan and actually ask them to work and do kind of like, during the summer, an intern program. In IB, again, you are doing, if you're, for example, going to be an engineer, you've got to do mathematics, you're going to have to do science or physics. You're developing those skills. They will then go on to a subject specialist degree at university. During that time, we tend to advise our students to do what we call as a gap year. So basically, you either take a year out before you go to university and you go and work to get some work experience, or you do a degree program where within that degree program you will work for a company for a year. That makes you much more employable when you come out as a graduate because you've actually got hands-on work experience. And as an employer, what I want to see is, yes, you've got theoretical knowledge, but actually how do you cope in the real environment? And that's what we look at.
And any recommendations or some solutions for developing our Kazakhstani educational system or program?
Well, I've lived in Kazakhstan for 4 years, and the one beauty I have as a foreigner looking in is I look at different cultures. I am so impressed, I'm not just saying this because I live in Kazakhstan, I am so impressed with Kazakh pupils. There is a real hunger for them to develop. We work a lot with organizations in Nur-Sultan, and particularly with IT, the development of apps, entrepreneur. There's a real entrepreneurial feeling in Kazakhstan, which you don't necessarily get in England. When I've working in England for 20 years, and bright students would go, I say, what do you want to do? Okay, well, I'll go to university, then I'll go work for a big established company. And that was their life already pretty much guaranteed. In Kazakhstan, it's not like that. I can be talking to a 14-year-old who says, do you know what? I want to develop an app. I don't know how to do it, but my friend knows how to do it. And they're hungry for development. And when you've got children like that, and coming back to the original question, if we can provide them with the resources, so IT, they can access this. A lot of this development is peer teaching. Because a lot of this application development or entrepreneurial, I'm too old to be teaching that, but actually we've got pupils who are 18, 19, who come back and teach our 14 and 15-year-olds. And those skills are so valuable. So coming back to Kazakhstan, I think if we can provide students with the access to materials, whatever that might be, they have got that passion to learn. It's much more than UK-based students, trust me.
Yeah, I agree, and practical-oriented, it's very best in the educational process. So thank you. So, продолжим нашу беседу и дискуссию.
Let's continue our discussion. I would like to give floor to Mr. Kenzhehanov, Rauan Kenzhehanuly. Thank you. I was supposed to make a presentation. Sorry, I'm changing the format. There was such an interesting discussion here. And I would like to show you a few slides. And, well, actually, we were thinking how to approach this topic, how to open it up. And EdTech, this is the biggest hope of the contemporary education. And this may be a little bit provocative, and we will see such opportunities from a different angle. Let me stand up. Well, I think what is related to modern technologies in education, that actually changes the situation. In all the other technological issues, we are more focused on what is happening in developed countries, and we try to copy that, and we try to transfer the technologies and different opportunities. Then here, what EdTech can provide, this is a new industry that happened at the cross-cutting of opportunities and education. This is not very interesting for developed countries. It works there on different objectives. This is much more interesting for developing countries, those who have the gap in quality education, who have the gap in rural schools and urban schools. And EdTech has completely different prospects and different opportunities. There are many different developments. Almost the whole work is moving in this direction. And I think the most important thing what can happen in nearest term, especially for Kazakhstan and the world in general, this is the digital transformation of education. Well, actually, digital transformation education is the most difficult one, but most important for such countries as Kazakhstan, who try to get away from the current situation, economic and social, and the big issue related to the development of human capital. And Kazakhstan is not the only one. Technologies changed the major areas of work, transport, how we travel, how we use content, how we purchase food, how we order food, what we read, how we entertain ourselves, trade and banking as well. And there were interesting presentations about it today. And the next big industry that should be transformed and should receive new opportunities is education. Why so? The biggest issue that we're trying to resolve is the big gap in quality of education. Well, currently 100 million of children have no access to school, and in the nearest 10 years, 1 billion of new students will come to educational system in different countries. And the majority of this new people, new children, these are developing countries' children, and there are no resources to ensure they have quality education by using traditional methods. Just building schools, equipping schools, train teachers, this is all too expensive, there is lack of access to that. So the world is looking for new opportunities, how to make education inclusive one,
how to make access to high-quality education equal and fair. If we look at Kazakhstan, this is not our data. This is the data published by the World Bank. Only 1% of pupils in Kazakhstan have access to what the World Bank calls high-quality education. These are schools where we can provide education a full day, not in 2 or 3 shifts. These are well-equipped schools, and these are schools with well-trained teachers. Just imagine, we have 35,000 children who study in such schools, and there are 3.5 million students. And to close this issue by traditional ways, non-digital is not possible. We can say on different terms, but in my opinion, I think we lack about 3,000 schools. We lack 2 million student job places so that everybody would study like in Halle Berry. So that's a serious issue. Even if we spend all resources that we have now, we won't be able to resolve it. That's why we are looking for new opportunities, and we are focusing on technologies that could make it in such a way that the best teaching methods, the best teaching materials, the best lessons of the leading teachers from the leading universities and schools would be available for all students, no matter where they live. In Kazakhstan, there are more than 7,000 schools, and 2,000 of them have no full set of teachers, and children are of different age are placed in one classroom. Just imagine what methods we can talk here about. Also, there are 200,000 children that are studying in schools with 3 shifts. 3 shifts is not possible. There are no such schools in China, for example. There are no such schools in top 30 most developed countries in the world, where we're trying to get in, to be part of. And I understand, of course, why it is that. I'm not saying that the ministry is to blame or Akimas are to blame. This is the general situation, and we are not the only ones in the world with such issue. So that's the demographic pressure which is faced by many developing countries. And to resolve it by traditional methods would be very difficult. That's why we are thinking that technologies we would be able to use. EdTech can help us, and technologies are changing. The functionality, the AI, the content is changing every day, and this can help teacher to digitalize the routine work, to have more time for creative individual work. And if a child wants to study, he should be able to study with the best materials and the best teaching practices available today. And we say a lot about that. Look also at the figures. These are the figures of the international research centers. Only 4% of educational budget is based on digital solutions. This is including the hardwares, including purchasing computers and equipment. And I would like us to focus on the fact we are talking a lot about EdTech, especially after the pandemic. So this industry is undervalued and it is underinvested. To create great content, to create the best functions, to inculcate the best skills of using that digital content, we need to invest a lot of money into this industry. Speaking in a nutshell, let me tell you what we are trying to do. We've been working for more than 10 years in this area, and we developed the first content on the basis of our teaching program. And in Kazakhstan, nobody believed that this sector will appear and develop. But during the pandemic, when we come with such materials, we actually looked from a different perspective, a new look, because nobody expected that immediately all students will be studying online. Actually, for 2 years, we were doing the things which is not covered by law. We don't have distant learning covered by law. But during these 2 years, actually, we became stronger. We received a 20% growth of traffic, and we received users new skills and teachers new skills. Of course, you know that we had many issues. For all of us, that was difficult, including for developers, for programmers who had to create new platform and new opportunities. But actually, lots of new cases were tested, new hypotheses, something worked out, something didn't. But in general, we can say that we have come up to a new horizon with absolutely new opportunities. We digitalize the content, we digitalize the processes. We actually are doing so that teacher has more free time. We are trying to digitalize his or her routine work, and we trying so that they spend more time individually with every student.
Персонализация обучения. Как сделать так, чтобы мы учитывали индивидуальные особенности каждого учащегося? Все учатся по-разному. Это заложено природой. У всех разные способности. Быстро, медленно, аудиалы, визуалы и так далее, и так далее. Мы можем и мы действительно должны учитывать и адаптироваться под возможности каждого ребенка. Мы все, что сегодня проговорили, пытаемся делать. И заходим с точки зрения искусственного интеллекта. Собираются огромные базы данных, которые нужно анализировать и применять в принятии решений. Мы, конечно же, идем в направлении графикации. Дети, выполняя задания.
And while making the assignments, children get bonuses, and we try to turn it into the motivation. But believe me, you know, it is very, very complex, and it requires a lot of skills that do not exist worldwide. They do not exist in Kazakhstan. So we move forward based on intuition. So our objective is to become a full-fledged digital assistant to the teacher, and every student, in case if he or she is creative enough and intends to be of interest to his students, then we provide a lot of opportunities to pick one of those instruments, and we compete in terms of getting the attention of the student thanks to the modern IT and industrial solutions, and we compete with the entertainment industry. What we want is to possess the time the viewing time in order for the student to be engaged with our content, to help out our students to promote the knowledge. So whatever I've mentioned about requires thorough knowledge and research, and taking this opportunity, I'd like to invite the teams and invite the students who are interested in those ideas to cooperate. So we cover over 3 million students in Kazakhstan and over 3,000 faculty members. So the numbers are pretty impressive. So for we would have 2 million unique users per day, and now that once the pandemic is over, it seems that the entire education is back on track, and the significance of technology is now being reviewed and revised, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the session to have the separate session for EdTech. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have questions in the audience or the questions from our online viewers. Erlan Kenzhehanuly, I have a question related to the most recent changes in education. What type of new solutions could you recommend in order to enhance the current education? If I heard you right, what new solutions could you recommend, taking into account the current conditions, in order to promote education? Well, I'd start with the following. You need to start from the bottom, start from the district schools, use the serious platforms. It doesn't matter whether it is going to be Land or some other platform. Global developers of the software products devote their time. Microsoft, Google, they all have those solutions. But the problem is that not all of our experts and specialists, those decision makers, are ready to move to those solutions, digital solutions, I mean. So again, ensuring the individual approach is also a complex target. The developers, sometimes the way they treat the technology is that they make spaceships, right? However, the developers were not intending to do so, and the product might be very, very useful from the usage standpoint. However, the message is just start using it and adjust your usage. If there's comments, if there's hints regarding the functionality, the content, yes, certainly we will be ready to cooperate. We need to mention about verification, visualization of content. And from the visualization standpoint, for instance, there is a huge wide range of selections now of solutions to include simulators and both faculty members and students have the access to unlimited, unrestricted opportunities. So we may localize any product, translate the product into Russian and Kazakh, and I'm sure that the result is there. Thank you. There's a question. As an instrument, you may use solutions by Google and so on. So how would you develop the concept of teaching? So what competence is to be ensured by the teacher? So in addition to teaching methods, what type of competences the faculty member is to master? Is there any need to complete special trainings and so on and so forth? For us, the central figure is a teacher, right? What to do in order to ensure comfort of the teacher so that the teacher is interesting for the students. And I visited almost every single district in the country, and I would repeatedly visit some of those districts, and the students would say, we live in the 21st century, however, what we experience in our daily life is the 19th century. So why they say so is that once they bring the devices with them to school, they are told by the teachers, old-fashioned teachers, not to bring the gadgets, not to bring the devices to school. So therefore, it doesn't matter whether the teacher is the one who follows only the teaching methods. No. We have to understand that the teacher shouldn't be the software expert. There's no necessity in that. We got to make sure that the product is convenient enough from the functionality and from the content standpoint. The capacities and opportunities are to be presented based on intuition, right? We need to train the teachers from the usage standpoint, from ICT literacy standpoint. It is even more complex. However, any teacher who has any interest in using the devices and tools may actually dive deep in, and a lot depends on the subject and discipline, right? And in fact, did you ask yourselves how many paragraphs are in curricula on all subjects. During pandemic, we had to count how many topics are in 37 subjects. The overall quantity is 12,300. So an individual student is to have the connections, logical connections built on so many pieces of information. So overall, the efficiency of education is the answer to what part of 12.3 thousand paragraph the school student is to use. And going back to the human capital index published by the World Bank, for 2021, for instance, Kazakhstan demonstrated 63% performance. When we ask a question, what is it? The representatives of the World Bank explained that the human capital index is all about how a human being from the birth until the age of 18, being educated, being treated by the healthcare system, is ready to actually develop his human potential. So all opportunities are there. However, the question is that the implementation suffers. Now let's talk about the IT. How good this perspective of educational tracking system and proctoring are. So the decisions to be made by the artificial intelligence at university and schools. What is the preference, or where to use the proctoring? Should we start from the young students or not? I think that everything is going to be developed very rapidly, because whatever we have currently has been widely used, like in the fintech technologies, the face recognition, for instance, right? While making financial decisions, we don't doubt, right? So therefore, I think that those tools may be very, very simply applied in order to to ensure the verification of the personality. So again, this is something that's been rapidly developing, and you could actually read the emotions of the individual. And again, it is a huge flow of data that you may receive from the users, collect the data, analyze the data, and you're gonna have a chance to understand at what part of the content the student was inspired. Perhaps the student smiles or laughs, or his pupils go wider, and so on. So for proctoring, and the perspectives of proctoring for the country of Kazakhstan are wide enough. When I'm told that it is too early, it is not time yet, my response is that this is going to be happening anyway. And pandemic actually has accelerated all of the processes that we've been experiencing. And in fact, it was beyond our imagination that by this time, the traffic and usage is going to be of such a high level, and we're going to be having so many users. Thank you. If there are no questions, good afternoon. Bilimland is a very interesting platform. I just remembered how my son, who is 9, has been using the Bilimland. Who is the one to create your methodology, and how do you develop your content? I used to be working in a publishing house. We would be dealing with making 3D models and gaming solutions. So again, who are your authors? How do you select the authors? Yes, indeed, this is a very interesting question. Thank you so much. Often, those people who haven't been engaged in many production, they think that it is easy. However, the educational content, it requires the representatives of different disciplines, and the teacher is to have the unique skills that the others don't have. He is to be the media production specialist, and he is to be helped by those experts in visualization of information. The next expert is going to be the designer. And if it is video or animation, and that's an art, you know, how to pick the voice, what tone is it going to be, you know, the psychologist is to make a review. And the IT specialist will wrap up it as one product. And this is a production line engaging many experts, and nobody trains those experts actually. We're looking for high-tech experts. You know, you won't find them. And we go step by step on each process from day number one. It was, you know, the creative process at media production. So I had, you know, understanding on how this would look like. And we certainly needed to pick from scratch the animation studios, design studios. So again, those are the extras that we had raised from within. It takes time, and a huge portion of content was produced thanks to our partners. And again, we invest a lot to localize the content. Thank you so much to all of the participants. We would like to continue the discussion and to go in depth into the problems of education. And our meeting will give more chances to develop science, economy, and education overall globally. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. We would like to close the session with this, and please remain in a trance of education. Keep developing yourselves and disseminate knowledge. Thank you so very much to the organizers of Nobel Fest and the university programs to make it happen and arranging such a global event and be provided with an opportunity to share. Thanks for your expert and industrial solutions that favor the development of the human kind of the mankind. Thank you, and see you next time.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea, and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Auezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Rauan Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Құрметті 4-ші Нобель фестивалінің лекторлары, қатысушылары мен қонақтары. 4-ші фестивальдің тақырыбы экспоненциалды инновациялар әлемі. Seifullin атындағы Қазақ Агротехникалық университеті биылғы жылы осы іс-шараның бас серіктесі болып табылады және фестивальді өткізу үшін өз алаңын ұсынады. 65 жыл ішінде қату агротехникалық саланың барлық негізгі салаларында табысты жұмыс істейтін 70 мыңнан астам маман дайындады. Біздің түлектер қатарында Қазақстан Республикасы парламентінің депутаттары, жетекші кәсіпорындардың басшылары, елімізге белгілі қоғам қайраткерлері мен спортшылар бар. Бүгінде біздің университет білім беру бағдарламаларының сапасы бойынша аккредиттеу және рейтингтің тәуелсіз агенттігінде Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындарының талап өтілінің ұлттық рейтингі бойынша отандық жоғары білім беру көшбасшыларының қатарына кіреді. Сонымен қатар, қату Қазақстанның ауыл шаруашылығы өндірісін цифрландыру бойынша базалық университет болып табылады. Біздің серіктестеріміздің қатарында әлемге әйгілі 160-тан астам жетекші зерттеу университеттері мен ғылыми орталықтар бар. Олардың ішінде аграрлық сала бойынша әлемдегі екінші жоғары оқу орны Дэвистегі Калифорния университетін, Европадағы Агропаритек университетін және басқаларды атап өтуге болады. Бүгінде қату Италияның Милан университетімен бірлесіп 3 мамандық бойынша қос дипломды білім беруге көшті. Бұл біздің түлектерімізге екі елдің дипломдарын алуға мүмкіндік береді. Біздің университетте бакалавриат, магистратура және докторантура деңгейлерін меңгеру мүмкіндігі бар. Қазіргі уақытта білім алушылар саны 12 мың адамнан асты. Олардың 70% мемлекеттік гранттар бойынша оқиды. Әскери кафедрада оқудың толық мүмкіндігі қарастырылған. Сапалы мамандар болу үшін барлық қажетті жағдайлар жасалған. Университет кез келген білім беру форматында кедергісіз жұмыс істеуге бағытталған. Студенттер үшін электронды жүйемен жабдықталған баспахана мен кітапхана бар. Онда 1,5 миллионнан астам кітап қоры ұсынылған. Қазақстанның аграрлық саладағы жетекші университеті ретінде көктемгі фестивальдің сессиялары аясында қату атынан университетіміздің басқарма төрағасы, экономика ғылымдарының докторы Айтуғанов Қайрат Қапарұлы спикер ретінде сөз сөйлейді.
Ivy League universities are known not only for its professors, but also by big career opportunities. How universities can catch up or even get ahead of Ivy League universities? So Rania Hotate, rector of the South Kazakhstan University, will talk about it. Yerlan Nysanbayev, deputy chairman of the board of the Kazakh Agrotechnical University, Gulzada Shakulikova, chairman of the board, rector of Attias University of Oil and Gas, and Bakytzhan Abdraim, professor, chairman of the board of trustees of the Foundation of Inclusive Development, a member of IFC Academic School, and Sayasat Nurbek, an expert in the field of education, member of the Majlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, is the moderator. Let's start the session. And today we are going to talk about how universities are going to change in the innovations time, what is a digital university, and the other topics we are going to discuss today. For marketing issues, probably. How we can catch up with the Ivy League universities. I think this was mentioned in the agenda for marketing purposes. So this sounds very loud. How we can catch up with the US. Well, actually, but those things that are happening, the big changes that are happening in higher education, they actually give opportunities even for small local universities in some aspects, really set the fashion, set the agenda, and formulate new organization models in higher education. In 2019, before the pandemic, I managed to participate in one big session, foresight session in Moscow, where there were experts from Skolkovo as well, and from the movement Global Education Future. This is a big network of about 500 world-leading experts in education. And we held a session. What models can be there for organizing the higher education? So we made a slide, and unfortunately you cannot see it very clearly, but we discussed this for several days, and there were really some fantasies discussed, and there are 12 perspective models are drawn. These are the models of future universities. For example, there is, for example, Singularity University, which has moved away from the traditional university model. There was a very interesting experience of a US university when baccalaureate program, bachelor program, is organized for 4 years, one semester in 8 different universities of the world. And this bachelor was able to live in different countries for 6 months. For example, San Francisco, Berlin, Taipei, New Delhi, Rio de Janeiro. And there was objective to create some social project in this city. So he was supposed to learn a language and adapt to the social, economic reality, cultural reality, find sponsors and partners, and talk with authorities and set up and implement some initiative. And so you were able to receive a multicultural expert with the knowledge of different languages and with the ability to live in different countries, with experience of living in different biggest cities of the world, a universal citizen of the world. And about 100, and of course, 100% of graduates got their jobs immediately right after graduation. They were hired by big companies. So that's an untraditional way of organizing education. The education the standard education was done online. There was also a very interesting university, AIM University. When a student at the entrance, he was asked, what is your aim? What would you like to achieve in life, and how our university, AIM University, can help you in that? And this newly made student, he would say, I would like to become a billionaire. Well, good goal. And the university would build the curriculum around this goal, would provide the financial literacy, the ability to scale up the projects and make the projects to earn billions, not millions. And especially even at these things, there is a change in understanding of conventional education in universities. Some organizations take even these courageous, radical experiments. Well, this is probably too early to talk about it, but this was just for just interesting to mention, and I will give you the materials how this foresight session was held, what options were discussed, different approaches. Let me quickly present our panel of experts. Yerlan Nysanbayev, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Kazakh Agricultural University named after Seifullin. Yerlan, he was a vice minister. He's got a great experience in state management and agriculture in the current geopolitical crisis. Education, science in agriculture are very important now because, distinguished friends, I think we are at the beginning of a large-scale, serious food crisis. I think this is happening due to the geopolitical events, war in Russia, war in Ukraine with Russia. So, because they provide about 30% of all grain of the world. And it is evident that this year there will be issues with the export of grain and with the mineral fertilizers, because Belarus, Russia, Ukraine are the major producers and suppliers of fertilizers, and there are 30% rise in prices on mineral fertilizers. And so we would be very interesting to learn your opinion. Mr. Suleimenov, who is the deputy rector, Daria wasn't able to come together with us today, but we'll be happy to listen about your university experience. Then also at the Rau University of Oil and Gas, was the first university that introduced the Atlas of New Professions. So Gulzada Shakulikova is with us today. And Bakytzhan Abdraim is a highly respected expert in education, a rector of largest universities, and has got a great experience in state management. And he is a chairman of the board of trustees of the Foundation of the Inclusive Development, a member of IFC Academic Council. Let's start, Berke, with you. Well, in the general format, I would like to give time limit to our speakers. We have just limited time, and I also used 8 minutes. Sorry about that. Thank you. Let me greet all of you at our panel session. And I'm sure today was a very interesting day, and this panel session will be of interest to all people present here as well. Well, speaking about the education as vet education and secondary school education, we are always saying that the quality of education needs to be improved. We all understand that education is the foundation of any country development. And we know who to look at, and we're speaking about Ivy League universities. And Kazakhstan universities are, of course, trying their best to develop, and they are doing a lot of work on that, on how to improve quality of education, how to develop competences. For example, our university is developing regional competences. As you know, before agricultural universities, they were created on regional terms, regional basis, depending on the climate conditions. And we can see today the major issues, and here we have justified solutions. Of course, that requires lots of costs, but what we can see that development of many universities is focused on students paying for that. Our university received the research status. We have wide opportunities to develop a different area. As of today, science and
its application. It's been going on in different areas. It was like one river but different coast. And we understand today that now it's time to have research institutions be involved in fundamental science and applied science. And of course, the applied part should provide its dividends. There should be scientific support in introducing different developments in commercial area. Research institutes should be the justification, provide justification for business. For example, we received 3 farms, North Kazakhstan test agricultural station. Last year, people working in our research institute, they've been providing support to this project during the vegetation period. Actually, last year we are saying that at the non-irrigated agricultural area, we had a drought, and despite of that, we were able to receive a record high yield, record high within the last 15 years. So that's the result of research supported by that. And we have a foundation for providing internships to students. Historically, from the Soviet time, this was always lacking. And today we see that there are opportunities to cooperate with universities from other countries and use their experience to improve agricultural educational programs, improve the specialization. In our university, we are developing our cooperation with Milano University, Agri-Paris Teach program. Under this program, we are working with France University. Well, actually, that set of subjects that we have under this 2 diploma education, this is not even clear for older education. Before, 60–70% of subjects, they were special subjects on agriculture, for example, soils studies or agronomic studies. Now we understand that's not enough. There should be like critical thinking, philosophy, so our graduates should be able to participate in any discussion. And if we look at our 2 third-year students, we can see that we are focusing on physics, mathematics, biology, computer science. And at the 3rd and 4th year, there are some new disciplines for us, such as statistical analysis, visualization of data, bioinformatics, Python programming language, data analysis, agroinformatics. And this, of course, formulating skills, digital skills, agricultural digital skills, and that gives them results and helps students when they enroll into master degree programs. I would like to say that dual education is very important, of course. Dual education is actually inculcates the theoretical knowledge in practice. We have increased a time period for practical trainings at Kazakhstani companies and abroad. So our students go abroad and are able to have internships abroad. Also, would like to note that it is very important that after university training is also important, even post-PhD studies. It's very important so that we could have really VIP experts in any sector. At the same time, I would like to speak about the challenges that we are facing. Well, actually, they are typical for all universities. First of all, there's too much information. Of course, our specialists in agriculture should have good education in IT industry. And to deal with this lots of information, be able to get what an expert needs out of this information, that's the skill. Second, these are competences. Of course, here it is important that experts should have not just a process but project mindset, and that would enable students, graduates to set a business plan and develop company or own business. Third, this is continuous learning, adaptation, new technologies, new knowledge. We should start this issue from school, secondary school. We know what's happening at secondary schools. Well, teachers, when they teach a long time, for example, a teacher is 50, 60 years old, and it's longer. The most of his life he was a teacher, and there was no active development. And this is, of course, reflected on pupils' behavior and pupils' knowledge. And we receive mediocre students and lacking initiative. There should be interest to studies, and this is developed at school. And the last thing I would like to mention, this is a lifelong education. Well, it's already 43 years ago since I graduated from my university. I didn't have any additional professional training. And when I meet my colleagues, younger colleagues, I realized that the education that I received was not enough. I need continuously do more studies that would keep us in shape. And also we should note that there are really many knowledge that we don't need. Our curriculum should be cleaned of all the superfluous knowledge that is not needed. We should be able to provide students knowledge with a high-quality curriculum. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to give floor to Mr. Suleimenov. Ulanbator, you have a very good name. Your father lived in Mongolia. Ulanbator Suleimenov, please. The floor is yours. 1962. My father was born in 1962. And my actual grandfather gave me this name. Well, today is a very interesting discussion that we are having, how to catch up with the Ivy League universities that actually prepared more than 100 Nobel Prize winners who are the top 20 universities in the world, and the most talented students study there. Well, actually, the status, the name of these universities made them popular and well-known, and this is very positive. Speaking about quality of education of the Ivy League universities, of course, these high-quality faculty, teachers, professors are of highest quality, and they also Nobel Prize winners are engaged, and many world leaders are engaged in education.
It is a well-known fact that the Ivy League universities are well-equipped and they have advanced labs and the contingent of students and cohorts are of the best quality. And in order to get selected as an applicant, you have to be very competitive. and the funds available for the league are immense. And the overall salary, for instance, ranges in the United States, I mean, from $3,000 to $4,000 US. If you become the graduate of the Ivy League university, your salary would be equal to $70,000 US. But we have to admit that the education there is very expensive. Over $50 US is the fee per year. Plus, in addition to what I just said, the Ivy League has endowment funds. For instance, Howard University has $37 billion US as endowment and only $5 million as the charter capital. So, again, what do we need to do in order to have this example followed in Kazakhstan? We need to ensure the autonomous existence of our higher educational institutions only in all aspects, in terms of curriculum development, in terms of research programs, in terms of having an opportunity to open small and medium-sized enterprises on the basis of the universities, to have a chance to be integrating our research into corporate governance, for instance. So this is something that we have to be using very widely. And we got to be having the autonomous performance from the financial standpoint as well, to be able of having the links and bridges with the businesses, to include the regional players. And we are to be given the opportunities to run the projects that are being implemented through regional structures. At the moment, we've been implementing the major innovation-based projects in agriculture. So we have completed those projects, and the investor has provided 3 million tenge that ended up with the real product. And now we have a chance to sell this product and have additional income. We also keep a link with the state agencies of the region. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the city, and we develop Dendra Park in Shymkent, for instance, and 2 of our projects have been included into the catalog of investment catalog of the regional cooperation. And again, as I said before, we've been pretty intense in terms of cooperating and partnering with our regional partners, and we have also made a draft for 6 small enterprises to be launched on the basis of the university. And we have the plant located in Kazakh economic zone that is specializing in concrete production. Now there's a technology upgrade process going on at this plant. And the way we see our future is to transform the university into the research higher education institution. The design of the project is soon to be completed, and the approximate amount of this project is going to be 16 billion tenge, covering all steps, starting from personnel training stage to establishment of the modern research center, to include modern labs. So generally speaking, what we do currently is we execute works that were pretty actually general in terms of the nature for the Ivy League universities as well. And we we've been striving to develop ourselves and to expand our activity in all of the areas, and we will actually experience the ultimate results of those efforts, and we will eventually be able to follow the steps of the Ivy League universities. Thank you very much. And within a framework of your expansion, I know that you have intensified your cooperation with Gubkina University and other international partners. Is your university going to be shifting over to the next level? We had a nice reference within Industrial Council. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, participants to this meeting. Yes, indeed, over 6,000 higher education exist in the United States, and those belonging to the Ivy League is only 8, right? So the rest of 6,000 universities may not be compared to the Ivy League for hundreds of years. In order for us to be as well developed as the Ivy League, it's almost impossible to do. There's a complex system of values, complete system of upbringing, and Kazakhstan has been enjoying its independence for 30 years only. So to try to be included into the top global players, I think this is not the way to pursue. And in my humble opinion, being the expert in education, Kazakhstan has its own social identification code, and we have to take into account our own conditions. Certainly, the number of Nobel Prize winners, the number of money under the endowment fund, and we shouldn't be forgetting, that our universities do exist within our own economy. We do not perform our operations in a vacuum, and the Ivy League universities, for instance, open their doors for the most talented students from the entire United States, and the most prominent experts teach there. And as Sayasat said, perhaps that was the marketing tool. Certainly, we have to actually shift the balance towards the regions, and I think that it is not a secret. And before the moment when the region plays a strategic role that the region is supposed to be playing, I think it is going to be very difficult to build Kazakhstan that we have envisaged. And it was a very correct question to ask whether Kazakh National University and others are able to enhance their performance. Yes, indeed. As soon as we are able to keep the talents within the regions, what we understand about is that the most talented students leave to study either to Almaty or Astana or elsewhere abroad. However, Murat Sizdikov is the graduate of Colorado School of Mines. We have our colleagues who have graduated from Beijing University and from Stanford University, for instance. And maybe, I think, maybe we will have a collaboration, a better collaboration, between the industry and the universities. So the first unique program on sustainable development that was launched on the basis of our university and aimed at sustainable development is something that we're proud of. And I think that the programs being adopted by the government of Kazakhstan and the policy in education has always been enhancing and upgraded, and in case if we do whatever possible to keep our talent, to retain the talented youth, this is going to be a plus for the university performance. And let's look at the student who left the given region, right, and graduated from Gubkina or Howard, will hardly be back. And as our president said, the strong region is strong Kazakhstan. I'd like to say, as Howard University professor, Boardman said that we have all talents from all around the United States concentrated within the Ivy League. I think that we have a good chance of keeping the talents, and I would like to support Dosym Satpayev, who was speaking about the distribution. At the moment, we are creating the unique library for creative literatures, and talented young guys will be able of using this creative platform. We have Kazakhstanis who work in Silicon Valley. They are employed with Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, and you know, we're not going to be joining the Ivy League. We need to keep our authenticity, and we have to keep the Kazakhhood. We have perfect programs supporting sustainable development, supporting the youth, and in case if we invest into the soil, and in case if we don't just remain in Almaty or Astana, then there's going to be a bright future, and our universities will occupy a decent position, and there's going to be a multiple benefit for all of the parties concerned. I think that Western Kazakhstan may be Texas, and Atrau could be similar to Houston, so that Atrau University becomes Houston University. And we have professors from Howard, from European educational institutions, and Russian Federation. They teach our students online. When I started in the UK, and he asked me, what is the uniqueness of Kazakhs? You know, Kazakhs who study here, you know, are unique, you know, and I you know, mentioned about the history of my people, and I told him about the 7 generations that we keep remembering. You know, Kazakhs are unique, you know, and the unique system, our own system, that reflects our identification code of Kazakhs, is something that we could build. We shall strive to do that. The strong universities mean strong personnel, and strong personnel means strong region, and strong region means strong country. So it's great that we have gathered the representatives from different regions. We have gathered the East, the West, and we all use the similar platform. We have lots of issues to be discussed. But what I'd like to say is that the state of Kazakhstan has created different conditions. The most important thing is that you know, those who join education has to strive for the success. Thank you. A very emotional presentation. Thank you. We have 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you. First of all, I would like to greet all of the participants to today's meeting, and let me go back to the title of the university and to the title of the session. The university consists of two things, you know, there's two sides of the coin, you know, and all together they constitute the subject. We need to have great students and prominent faculty members. Let us look deeper. If we have enough prominent faculty members, if we have it or not, we don't actually. And the way we could actually find the solution is to arrange lectures of the advanced scientists. You know, I can assure you that your attitude towards life is going to change. You know, for instance, let's take Mr. Wachter. He explains and provides solutions to the most complex issues throughout the world. So we could give the access to the best brains on the globe. The second component is talented students. And I'm totally against the idea when I'm told that we don't have enough talented students. I disagree. You know, I used to be working in many universities, and I met students from many countries. I haven't met as talented students as students from Kazakhstan. My colleague said that those students who study under Bolashak program are the best students of foreign universities, to include those of the Ivy League. And this is the natural potential, actually. This is something that we have to develop. In order to develop, you gotta provide the opportunity of studying whatever is being studied in the best universities worldwide. And the Nobel Fest provides you with such a chance. Where will you have a chance to listen to the Nobel Prize winners? I doubt. I don't think that any single organization will manage, you know, to have Nobel Prize winner to speak, for instance. So again, use this opportunity, and the students need to have the chance to listen to those lectures directly. The next question: how could we modernize our universities, and how could we assure the opportunity for the best faculty members and professors to give their lectures? I think that we have to use the success indicators for universities. The global rating is something that we have to rely on. There's nothing new from the assessment standpoint. You know, there's Shanghai, QS, Times ratings. And we are to participate in those rating lists. And moreover, I'd like just to add that 14 years ago, back in 2008, the team of the Eurasian National University was the one who brought QS international rating to Kazakhstan. Mrs. Zaitseva was the one who became the pioneer of QS, and Eurasian National University was included into 500 plus, 400 plus, and 300 plus university ratings. And we've been really successful in terms of being rated, and our partners from South Kazakhstan University has also participated. So how could you move forward? Princeton Nation is a unique program that you could actually use. And the universities may have an access thanks to Nobel Fest. And the best faculty members could travel to the given region and work there as teachers to bring the modern, most advanced technologies of and methodologies of teaching and their best knowledge, and we have to use those opportunities, and also those opportunities have to be provided for the Ministry of Education, for the management of the universities, and the modern devices of communication allow us actually to ensure that each and every student of ours does have an access. And we have translated a lot of those lectures into Kazakh. So our average Kazakh students living somewhere in the remote villages do have the chance to listen to the lectures provided by the Nobel Prize winners. So those two components that I wanted to talk to you about, and I wanted to convey the message and to develop the thoughts that were proposed by my colleagues. If there are any questions, I'll be ready to respond. Thank you. Actually, we were precise in terms of timing, but let's spend 3 more minutes and make a mini survey. Just imagine that you do have a magic stick in your hands. So what one aspect in the performance of your university, you have limitless powers. What aspect would you change in your performance or in the model of the university? Let's start with you. Please, just one. I am interested. Personnel? Entire faculty members and the Ivy League graduates. No, we do have talented faculty members who did not study abroad, but we have very talented faculty members, who graduated from district rural schools, and again, we have to ensure the high quality personnel. I think that the key factor is teachers. Yes. Equipment. Campus. Yes, our equipment leaves much to be desired, and certainly this irritates both faculty and students. Yes, okay, got it. I need one talented student who would be just one unique student. That's what I miss. A student like Steve Jobs. Okay, I think that the major issue that we have at the moment is that our government are not involved into the education and science. Over here, we have to have at least the Prime Minister or the Minister. And by doing so, by participating, he would make the example, he would set the example for the others, and then we will have a great change in attitude. So it's going to be immediately changing from top to bottom. Yes, I'd like to support this statement. And yes, I do support this idea, the education. Still is not the so is the priority of our state. So let's close this session with this thought. Thank you.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Auezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Auezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Auezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Auezov University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Matilda effect. This is when you deny the contribution of women to science and about their intellectual capacities. Matilda Gate, she mentioned that. She actually noticed the paradox. The contribution of women is often forgotten, although contributors, male contributors, is remembered. And I request our audience here and online to remember well-known scientist women. And if you cannot do it, then I suggest to tell you two names, Maya Suyunchalieva and Botagoz Mutalieva. They are with me today, and we are going to discuss how to expand women's role in science, and we'll talk about this with the research fellow and volunteer coordinator, Maya Suyunchalieva from Kazakh National University named after Al-Farabi, and Botagoz Mutalieva, candidate of technical sciences, associate professor of the Department of Biotechnology of South Kazakhstan University. Botagoz, hello, thank you for being with us. We cannot see you. Oh, sorry, we see you, but we cannot hear you yet. I would like to give the floor to Maya now for her presentation. Distinguished participants, I'm happy to greet you here and online. I would like to say that today's topic is focused on this global subject, very important. This is women in science and what are the new opportunities for science development in Kazakhstan. As we know, and with the presidential address, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev that mentioned that science takes one of the most important positions in Kazakhstan development. We should call for young people, innovators, students, PhD students, so that they continue working in science, doing research. Why we speak about women in science? Because there are several areas are open. First of all, I would like to speak about education. That's what we talked about in the previous sessions. How important education is in general, and there is gender equality is important, and the science element in education. As it was said before, we should use the game industry, and so this is all important for education. How foundation is developed, this is all important for science development and science element in higher educational institutions, in research institutions. I also would like to say that what is an important area of work now is artificial intelligence, robotics, digitalization. Another important element, there are many names here and you can pay attention to them. I can say some of them are founders of a new organization, Research Alliance, which is based here under Nazarbayev University. Asiya Nurmagomedova, she is the founder. I am a member of this society, and I can say that in Kazakhstan, science is gradually developing. It is developing from our generation when we start to inculcate such values to young PhD students, and they move to science and develop science. What we see, the trend, there is a fragment, there is a gap between different sectors. PhD students, we face the problem that after defending the thesis, PhD students, PhD graduates do not go to science. They go to politics, or entrepreneurship, business. And this negatively affects science in general. That's why we need to develop such organizations where we could inculcate such values to younger generation. The PhD graduates should be the moving, driving factor of the whole country. Why I would like to talk about this today? We talk about women today, girls and young women in science. This is quite an urgent issue, not only in science, but in general. The issue of gender equality is quite an urgent one. I would like to note that young ladies need to select their area of work and do research, write articles, not to be afraid to be published in the high-ranking magazines. Why there are not enough PhD students? Why PhD students? There are some of them who dropped out. There is a issue faced by the Ministry of Education and Science and in general faced by the country. Why PhD students do not finish the studies and do not get the degree? Because this is quite a difficult journey. And before becoming a doctor in science or politology, you need to know exactly what area of work you are choosing. Why am I continue speaking about tourism? I would like to use my example. I am as a young expert. I received a master's degree, and I would like to say that I decided to do a serious step and become a PhD student and develop innovation management in tourism. This topic is quite relevant today. This issue is very important. How to develop, how to make tourism digitalized, and what achievements we will have due to that in 10, 15 years. Maybe now we are concerned about infrastructural projects, infrastructural issues, pandemic, its negative impact on this sector. Speaking about the research results, I would like to say that there was also a correlation and regression analysis held. And I saw this issue that we need to study. I did a survey among 400 respondents. They answered that this is quite important to develop and digitalize this area. I would like to note that this data, this research is very important. It doesn't matter in what area you're developing. This can be chemistry, history, environment studies, or tourism. This is all in general is important, how we are going to present our country, how we are going to pay attention to science in Kazakhstan. Here in the slides, I would like to show what are the major factors that play the most important role. This is planning, sustainable development, funding, state support. All these factors are positively affecting science development in the regions. And we need to invest into this from secondary schools and in universities, and later at the highest level when we work already in science development. Also would like to say that science should be developed from universities. Science should be inculcated at secondary schools. There are projects now when young people, and this is of course mainly girls who present their projects at secondary schools, at high school, actually 10th, 11th year, and they present it internationally. They show their groundwork, results of their research, and they take first positions in competitions abroad. So that shows that this is a big contribution that we need to develop further. And under our alliance, we hold such sessions, we hold live broadcasts, we meet the winners of those competitions, we meet with those young people who develop in this area. There is also a trend that many students win and then they leave the country and go abroad. But we should also create the enabling conditions here in Kazakhstan, something which is needed in Kazakhstan, a support for such young people who would stay in Kazakhstan and who would understand that they make a contribution to Kazakhstan and their research will be funded. We met many times with Azad Magambedov and we asked him questions many times why the funding of science is not sufficient. And there was a question why students' allowance is not that high, stipend. And so we always talk that we should give the opportunities for developing science capacity in all generations. Well, as you see here in the slides, this is information about the research that I was holding. Apart from the survey, we also use the practical element. For example, we can say that we need not only develop the theoretical science, but we should also find projects that will be practically implemented and will bring practical effect. How we can use the research in practice, for example, develop a website, a mobile application. If it is in tourist development, then that can be done. And we already work in this project, and we have this project and would like to present it at the international level. We would like to have collaboration among different countries. As you can see, it's important to develop science not only theoretically, but find the practical application. There is a mobile application developed, Tourism Kaz, that will be used in all the regions. Any citizen of Kazakhstan, as well as any foreigner, can use this application. That would be used efficiently in practice as well. In the research, we studied the relations between the major elements of tourist cluster. Here you can see information about the research, how important it was to use the mobile application during the pandemic and how often people used. The theoretical model was built. According to the research, we can say that in general that played a positive role. The respondents were affected positively, who said that despite of the pandemic, they said that it is necessary to develop digitalization. The pandemic actually made a positive impact because we are moving faster on digitalization, and that enables us to further communicate and collaborate in the tourism sector. Next slide. What are the results in the country? First of all, innovation development, innovation capacity development. We need to further develop collaborations in this sector, despite of the fact that we are expecting that the pandemic will be over. The digital era is already part of our life. There is no way back. We are used to these new conditions, and we understand how we need to move to the next level, what adjustments we should make, and how we need to develop further. As conclusion, I would like to say that according to this research and many other research say the same thing. Of course, there should be many Gold students sitting here, PhD students,
PhD holders who already held their research, who developed their concepts and keep working. Unfortunately, we cannot hear them well. Maybe their research is not publicized. We need to speak up. We need to show information what research is being held right now. We need to provide such assistance. Gender equality should be there. We should speak not only about scientists in general, but say that women, young women in science play an important role and provide results that can be further used in practice. Thank you, Maya, very much. Women actually account for 33% of researchers in the world, but their work is less often received public recognition. Less than 4% of Nobel Prizes were given to women, and only 25% of higher positions in science are taken by women. Botagoz, I think the question is to you, and maybe Maya will continue. What do you think gender stereotypes, how they affect this disproportion of women in science? Botagoz, are you with us? Well, while we are setting up the correct links, let's listen to Maya first. What are the gender stereotypes you probably came across, and you can tell us how they affect women's position in science? Well, gender stereotypes, what can I say? In our country, there is no division between men and women in science. But I would like to note that we need to provide general support. We can see that this is all important, this is all needed, issues are raised, but in practice, there are some drawbacks. Something is not accounted for. If we look at the developed countries, for example, those countries who achieved science progress, where we talk about the research boom, we can say that probably to some extent we lack this bridge, the bridge where we should set this communication, and there should be a dialogue between scientists, beginners, and well-established science and the government. So there should be such link and a dialogue and well-established communication where we can resolve issues together. It shouldn't be in closed meetings. It should be publicized, and anyone should come and raise issues. I cannot say I come across any specific stereotypes, no. But Botagoz, would you be able to answer the question now? In your opinion, how gender stereotypes affect the disproportion of women in science? We are having some technical difficulties. Maya, you mentioned an interesting thing, that we need well-established communication between the science community and the government. But before somebody comes to science, this decision is made much earlier. This decision is actually formulated much earlier, so that a woman comes to science. There should be social, cultural conditions that would enable a girl to make this decision. There should be parents who would say, yes, that you can be a great mathematician and physician and engineer, and you can be anyone you want, not just because something which is would be convenient for your family. Botagoz, in your opinion, how did you come to science? Could you tell us about your journey? Well, speaking about my journey, I can say that
As we said, this was all happening first in the family.
And my mom and dad, for instance, they are not directly related to science. And they've been dealing with business and entrepreneurship. However, from my father's side, my grandfather was a scientist. He was a professor and academician, and they say that I have inherited his genes in terms of writing the articles, making the speeches, and being engaged in research. I think that this is something that you absorb within your family. So being a young girl, I was interested in making my contribution into the development of, and everything gets in order. For instance, when I was 16, I have completed my first research project. I was a 10th grade student, and I made the presentation of my research project during the Olympiad, and this is how I actually developed my interest to science. So I've completed baccalaureate degree studies, then the master degree program, and the PhD later on. Maybe I touched upon a very important topic. Your opinion is going to be good enough in such breakthrough areas like AI. Every fifth specialist is a woman, despite a need in many complex science for digital development. Only 28% of experts are female experts are engaged in AI. So would you share the tendencies when it comes to selection of specialization amongst students or amongst your colleagues? Yes, in terms of research and the selection of profession, as it was said before, the preference is given to IT, to environment and education, because this is something that is of demand. And they also analyze opportunities provided, whether there is going to be grants provided, and then they analyze whether there are any perspectives professionally. So again, that's why that field is more of demand. Female researchers have less successful career, or they're paid less. Have you faced that situation? And they think that female researchers are less frequently published in journals with higher citation rating. Well, actually, there is a gender disproportion in terms of cutting the opportunities for education. You know, females shouldn't be dealing with education. It's enough to become housewives, and the entire efforts of female have to be invested into the family. However, there is a reversed reaction. Females and young girls pick a professional career and service ladder, and what they prove is that the girl or woman proves that she's able of achieving the decent results in research. And despite the equality circumstances, we have to take into account that we shouldn't be paying attention to obstacles, if any. We have to just develop ourselves from within. We shouldn't be paying attention to the societal pressure, and keep going and keep moving forward and keep developing ourselves. If we have an interest in research, we have to follow our path. Thank you very much. We will try to get connected with Botagoz. Now, I would like to draw your attention, dear viewers, to some statistics. Why gender issue isn't the issue that refers to females only. This is the issue of global importance. The potential of females has not yet been used in full. In accordance with the World Bank, 2.4 billion females do not have equal access to the economy. Just think about the statistics. 2.4 billion females do not have equal access towards the labor market and economy compared to males. In 178 countries, we have only 200 countries. So in 178 countries, there are legal obstacles for full participation of females in the economy. In 87 countries, they don't have equal access to the labor market, and in majority of those countries, the equal remuneration for women is not guaranteed by the law. So I wouldn't like to finish our session with this negative connotation. However, Maya, what would you like to express? The major message that I would like to convey is that we have to believe in ourselves, and we have to remember that despite the belonging to the female gender, you shouldn't be paying attention to any distraction. If you feel that science is your future, and this is the field that where you are going to be achieving your dreams, go ahead, and you will have good self-esteem and a great faith. So you will have all the support ultimately. So don't forget, anything is possible. Dear friends, I'd like to give you a chance to ask questions, if any. Good night. It's almost 7:30. And you know, I spend my time here because I know that my wife is going to take care of children, their homework, and etc. So the globe, from gender perspectives, has been divided into two parts. The first one is European, where they try to get rid of any differences in males and females. So the statistics that you provided perhaps is typical for the Western world. And the second is revival of traditional and religious traditions where females are considered as the center of the family. So there's no need for the female to be in science, and the purpose of the female is to be with the family. So what is your perspective in terms of how Kazakhstan is going to develop from this standpoint? Again, whether it is going to be a tendency of traditional and religious revival, or the second part is going to be the westernized way forward. So there is a lack of state mechanism that would support not only females, but would support faculty members. For instance, I will make a very simple reference. We have lots of female employees who would be, after the maternity leave, able to actually be back to service and not lose 3 years. For instance, the opportunity for a faculty member could be, to provide a slot in a daycare center. So it is just one reference, I just wanted to listen to you as the representative of this civil organization so that you make this proposal. And to look at the position of the faculty member, a female faculty member. Thank you, very interesting questions. I appreciate your interest. So first of all, I'd like to say that responding to the first part, what you meant is, let's say hypothetically, women pay more attention to the family. How should we respond actually in 10 or 15 years? What we constitute is that, as it was said before, the situation is changing, and I demonstrated this slide with a large number of females. That's just a small part of female scientists who work at higher education institutions and labs, and they manage to actually have both be researchers and be mothers and wives. We shouldn't be forgetting about this. If this is the desire, if this is the aspiration, if this is how they see their future, to be a researcher and to keep continuing being a researcher, there's a good chance that the research is going to be much more successful. We shouldn't be dividing to traditional religious components. We just have to take this fact as it is. Every individual has the aspiration. If he or she is good to go and may actually have both run the business and family and be a researcher, it's not a problem. So consequently, a society will gradually accept this position. I don't think that there's going to be any obstacles in this regard, and it is not expected. When it comes to the second part of your question regarding the female faculty members, how to position themselves, currently what we witness is that it is being teacher is a complex thing. To be a school teacher is a hard job, and to teach at the university is also very hard, and women are more emotional, and it's hard to make some decisions. And I could use myself as a reference. I work at the university as a university teacher, and at the same time I'm a researcher and I'm running my research project. Certainly there are some conflicts of interest, however we have to do whatever possible to find a compromise. And again, we have to raise the issue of finding the way forward and finding a compromise, and we shouldn't be confronting the workload and teaching practices, for instance. So in this regard, there is no limitation. I'd like to add to what Maya said. Actually, this is a large question, and many layers do exist in the question. We have to unpack the question. So, first of all, there's a huge research of the World Economic Bank. So, the research question was how would the income of the family grow in case if family would be paid for homework. And an average woman spends 6 hours more per week compared to men. Women do the same thing. They work a job, plus in addition they have to work at home for at least 6 hours. So how to ensure equality and how to treat your partner as a partner. This is the question, without any obligations, without any commitments, I mean gender commitments. There are no regulations that we have to be in compliance with because of our biology. If we dealt with something for centuries, shouldn't be accepted in the modern world. And unfortunately, in this regard, in terms of career development, the woman has only two options, in my opinion. And this is supported by experts in gender studies, about how a woman has to build a career and have a family. You know, nobody asks a male, you know, how can you manage to develop your career and at the same time to run the family? If we take the same risks for the family and we pay enough time for our families and children, how come women end up to be in a more complex situation? And certainly the arguments lie towards the traditional perceptions. And certainly there are only two options for a female. Either to look for a partner that would support you totally, who is a true friend and a partner, understanding and treating you as a personality. This is one thing. And the second thing is that you don't get married at all. So you stay single. So, you know, unfortunately, it is not possible to have the traditional pattern followed and at the same time be in science. Let's be honest. So, in terms of the perspectives in Kazakhstan, what perspectives do we have in Kazakhstan for women? I think that the young generation, luckily, does not see the difference, and the students of schools and universities towards each other are different in terms of how they treat the girls. So therefore, I'm pretty optimistic that there's going to be progress in gender equality. They have one more question. I wanted to clarify what qualities would female researcher need to have in order to develop the career path. I think that being able to work a lot and delicacy, accuracy is something that you need, because every researcher is so touched and interested in the research. You know, I used to be talking to my female colleagues who may speak for hours about their research project. So this is the evidence that they have chosen this this subject on purpose, and they're ready to tell more about the innovations that they've been up to. I think this is it, and we're going to be concluding our discussion. Thank you so much for being with us. And the gender issue has not been covered in full, and hopefully we will have more discussions devoted to gender equalities, and we will have a chance to talk about the problems of our society. See you soon.
Что такое Zoofor?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Zooforum — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Зиофорум проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Zioforum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival,
a world of exponential innovation. Seifullin Kazakh Agrotechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at a session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich.
Пандемия и ее последствия не только ускоряют развитие индустрии 4.0.
Distinguished guests, so we are taking the next session, Pandemic as a Portal to a New World, an Era of Exponential Growth of Innovation. So we'll speak with Nobel Prize winner Richard Attias and Chief Executive Officer of Auezov for Technologies, Rania Hotate, the moderator Aizhan Ismailova, doctorate student in the Kazakh Agrotechnical University.
Welcome back to the 4th Nobel Fest Festival. My name is Marat Biremjan, and I will be co-moderating with my colleague Aizhan Ismailova for our next session today, which is about the pandemic as a portal to a new world, an era of exponential innovations. And we are truly blessed and very grateful today to have with us such high-profile speakers with great vision to empower governments, corporations, and civil society to lead, inspire, and drive impact on a global scale with us today. And we thank the organizers for such a wonderful opportunity so that our high-profile guests and speakers can exchange and share their views and provide us with very, very valuable insights on what's going on today. So with that, I will give the pleasure and honor of introducing our speakers for our session today to my colleague Aizhan.
Good evening, everyone. So I will start with our esteemed speaker, Ms. Rania Hotate, who is a founder and a former CEO of ID4A Technologies, a company whose cutting-edge developments have been revolutionizing manufacturing processes and creating significant environmental, social, and economic impact worldwide. Besides that, Rania is also a multi-award-winning serial entrepreneur, impact leader, author, advisor, and sought-after leadership consultant who guides innovation transformation, human development, and business growth for companies around the world.
Yes, so Mrs. Rania, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to sharing my insights with you and having a great discussion with my fellow expert as well, Mr. Richard. I want to speak about exponential technologies from the point of view of investment and also from the point of view of organizational leadership. Throughout human history, progress has been linear, and new innovations took decades to evolve in past centuries. But the path to humankind's progress changed, and the world entered an exponential era in which technological innovations are rapidly advancing and industries are constantly on the brink of disruption, which means that technology is moving much faster than we are, much faster than our societies. And for us to adapt to such highly accelerated rate is becoming critical for our survival. The coronavirus pandemic is, as we all know, is a multi-level crisis that has disrupted industries, organizations, and societies across the globe. And it has made an immediate and a long-term impact on business strategies and on global economies at large. So what happens when a multi-level crisis, such as the coronavirus pandemic, meets the unpredictability and the accelerated speed of exponential growth? We start to see unique opportunities for transformation emerge, and new technological innovations on the exponential curve start to explode and spread quickly without any previous indication whatsoever. And that's been marking the progression in the 21st century. Some of the exponential technologies that surround us today include 3D printing, robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, biotech, nanotechnology, quantum computing systems, autonomous vehicles, just to name a few. There is many more. But despite the remarkable progress that we have made so far, the COVID-19 pandemic revealed that more needs to be done when it comes to leveraging exponential technologies to propel the human race forward. And there has been hundreds of bankruptcies in various industries. We've seen many valuable corporations as well making a lot of profit. Some have been able to do so because of layoffs, and others remain profitable through organizational innovation. So what is organizational innovation? Organizational innovation is complex, but it's mainly composed of three main components that I would like to discuss. Number one is drivers and determinants of innovation. Two is the process of ideation, development, and implementation of the innovation. And three are the outcomes of innovation. And I mention this because within our context, the crisis has been the main driver of innovation during the pandemic and some of the outcomes of business innovations that we have been witnessing as well. And through the lens of crisis innovation, there are two categories of innovation during multi-level crises, such as the corona pandemic that we've been living through. One is reactive, which are threat-driven innovations that are created to contain and to respond to organizational, economical, and social problems and disruptions that arise from the crises, where companies perceive the threat as negative and they aim to buffer themselves from the losses and the risks. Two are proactive, which are opportunity-driven innovations that are created to capitalize on environmental needs and on opportunities where companies perceive the threat as positive and they use it to better position themselves moving into the future rather than manage the external crisis in the moment. Either way, it becomes the role that leaders play and the physical interdependence and the business's core technologies that create threats for some organizations, while it creates opportunities for others, and it also dictates their technology spending. Before the COVID-19 pandemic struck, technology leaders across industries were already steadily increasing their budgets for technology spending to transform business processes and models and strategies. However, businesses' approach to technology investments and capital allocation practices have undergone a massive shift in the past 2 years. For proactive companies that I just mentioned, the pandemic was more of an accelerator rather than an obstacle. And their proactive leaders used the crisis to make their organizations better. They quickly recalibrated technology investments, and in many cases, they rushed existing investments, whether to launch digital transformations or new workforce access models, or to update their customer interaction technologies. In general, the crisis has provided all of us with unique opportunities to innovate, to produce, to modify, and to adopt new value-added products and services and processes and management systems and markets. Most importantly, it allowed us to rethink how we can maximize the impact of technology and additional technology funding and budgeting and investment processes that prioritize cost efficiency absolutely clash with the concept of organizational agility and cross-functional teams and iterative sprints and all the new ways of working that prioritize innovation and growth and customers' experiences. And if we look at history, history suggests that companies that invest in innovation through a crisis always perform peers during the recovery. According to a study conducted by McKinsey & Company on the 2007-2008 global financial crisis, not only did through crisis innovators perform peers in the crisis by 10%, but they also outperformed the market by upward of 30% in post-crisis years. So whether we're leading technology vanguards or we're baseline companies, we will be all faced with rapidly changing business, economic, and geopolitical environments. And we should find ways to quickly pivot, relocate funds, and reprioritize investments, because exponential technologies will continue to have profound implications for our lives. And we can expect to see remarkable progress and inventions that propel humanity forward, but we must be prepared. Most importantly, leaders now have the opportunity to be proactive leaders and to create long-lasting change in how they approach technology investments, to increase enterprise agility and to be prepared to effectively leverage the awe and the scale of exponential technologies so we can build a better and more robust future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rania. So you really gave us a very great overview of what's going on in the innovation space. You talked about the organizational innovation. You talked about the needs and threats and the opportunities. So thank you so much and for giving us those insights. So we would have a dedicated time for Q&A afterwards. But first, please allow me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Richard Attias, who is actually the creator and I believe the brains behind of some of the really high-profile global events like the New York Forum, like the Davos Forum, where Mr. Attias, he has been the executive producer since 1995 to 2008. And Mr. Attias, he's also he's currently the executive chairman of Richard Attias and Associates. He's the founder, as I mentioned, of the New York Forum and the co-founder of the Global Clinton Initiative and the Nobel Laureates Conferences. So he currently serves also as the vice president for the Cecilia Attias Foundation for Women, which supports non-profit organizations dedicated to promoting women's well-being and equality worldwide. So Mr. Attias, thank you very much for all your invaluable help and mentorship even towards making the Nobel Fest happen. And we're very, very extremely grateful and happy to have you here with us today. Please, with that, Mr. Richard Attias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be today from San Francisco with you. This could not happen without technology, of course. But what can I say after amazing speech from Rania? So I will take a different angle, if you allow me. We all agree that technology is moving very fast. We all agree that technology is creating almost a race against who? I would say against our humanity, against our people. So allow me today to not, I would say, go with a formal speech, but to share with you some of my convictions, some of my, I would say, even call to actions. Rania said something very important. Humanity, us people, should be very cautious and we should be prepared. Her last word about leaders also who should be prepared is absolutely fundamental. So being, as you nicely mentioned, also a curator of great platforms, what is important is what are the outcomes of these conferences. So allow me to bring a modest contribution of what I think we should leave this great conference, and congratulations again, with some ideas, some thoughts, which are important. Number one, we are living in a very divided world. Technology, yes, is everywhere, but in fact, it's not everywhere. Billions of people cannot benefit from technology. We should be very cautious of not creating more and more fractures, more and more divided world. And I'm thinking about the continent where I was born, Africa. 1.2 billion people lived in Africa. 2 billion by 2050, which is tomorrow. 70% of these people are under the age of 25. They don't have access to technology. They don't have access at the level of technology that we have access in the modern world. When pandemic happened, 100 millions of kids were not able anymore to go to school, but they were not able to have online courses because no internet, because no computers. And this is something which we need to keep in consideration if we don't want to see more immigration, which will create wars, literally wars, because all these people who are potentially desperate because they cannot have access to knowledge, access to education, they will not have jobs. So what they will do? Sorry to say that some of them will be a great target for terrorism and extremism people who will promise to them a better world. So what are our duties? Our duties is to help these countries, these people, to have access to technology. Because yes, as Rania said, technology is mandatory. It's a non-choice. This is a world where we'll be living. So we need to help them to have access to computers, to have access to internet, to support programs where we will definitely help these countries to go to the next level of technology and to potentially even jump a generation because they are late. Even if you find in Africa a lot of very smart people who are trying with what they have to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or to be the next Steve Jobs. But this is very, very unique and very minimal. So number one, let's build an inclusive world, please. Please, Nobel laureates, you are very smart. You are the wisest people in the world. Your voice should be heard. Your voice should be heard also for world leaders to build a more collaborative world and a more inclusive world. And technology can help for that. So let's work on technology for good. This is my first message, which is don't ignore the billions of people in our humanity which are left behind. The second message is to the young people, the young generation. I am concerned. I am concerned. Why? Because COVID-19 left something which is not good. What we are calling in America, and I am sure Rania knows about it, the phenomenon of the Great Resignation. Almost 30 million people, 30, left their job and resigned because they want a better life or a different life. And what is this better life? And I see that even if my companies in America and even in Europe, they say, now we want to work more from home. We want to have a more flexible life. We want to work maybe 3 days from home, 2 days in the office. And we want to work in the world of technology, because on the world of technology, we can decide if we want to work during the weekend or not. Anyway, we design our own work environment. I don't think that this is the future of work. We need to leave the message to the young generation that we need to continue to work hard. Nothing is granted. And everything which happened in the world, even progress, happened because we are together, because we are meeting every day together, because we are designing together, because we are building together, because we are brainstorming together. So please, don't think that you will build your life by being alone in this bubble. And this is why I'm concerned with the metaverse, with this virtual world, where at the end of the day, we are by ourselves with these glasses, totally, I would say, isolated, or in front of our computers, which is becoming addict. For hours and hours and hours, you are sharing some ideas with other people virtually, but you are alone. So how can we share values? How can we learn from others if we are not together in the same room, in the same space, to challenge our ideas, to look our emotions, to have the eye contact? So please, young people, the young generation, you need to be together. You need to realize that the world is not to be only in your bubble. Nobel laureates will never create, will never invent what they invented if they were not in their labs with other colleagues, a teamwork to find, to try to find until they found. The Nobel laureate of peace will never get this prize of peace if they were not fighting with others, traveling, fighting to make a better world. So my second message is, yes, technology is great, but please don't become totally addicted and don't leave technology to take your soul. Second message. My last and third message, because I prefer to have Q&A sessions, is everything we should do today, everything, individually, globally, world leaders, need to have an impact on humanity, a positive impact on humanity. And this is what I'm trying to do. Thank you for reminding my modest contribution to the humanity by putting people together. In fact, I am a civil engineer, but I realized very early that instead of building real bridges, I need to bring bridges between people. And by bringing bridges between people, this is how we will build a more tolerant world, a world with a lot of dialogues. So how can we have an impact on humanity? Third message. Definitely we can have an impact if we use technology, AI, robotics, and so far and so on, for good, for the benefit of sustainability, for the benefit of education, for the benefit of even building housing, affordable housing. Because, as I said, the world is divided and we need all together to work very hard at our modest contribution to be sure that all kids will have access to education, to be sure that women will be empowered, because women are representing almost more than half of our humanity, and they have much less egos than men. This is why they are doing an amazing job. And this is why we need to support women all over the world, because they are the roots of families, the roots of our humanity. And this is very important to support and to empower women all over the world. And last but not least, yes, let's try to fight non-stop for better understanding and tolerance between us. And this is how wars will not happen anymore. Let's have wars in the metaverse world. Let's play war in games. And let's have a more stable and a more, I would say, optimistic world, because, as I said, we still have a big fracture between the North and the South. And we need absolutely to make a shift. And conferences like yours will help us to have a better understanding about the different cultures. Technology, yes, but technology also to the benefit of sharing cultures, to understand the other civilizations, to understand our differences. 1 + 1 should make 3, not 1. Thank you very much. Happy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Attias. I absolutely admire the strength and gravity of your character, and thank you very much for raising such humane aspects of the events that we are seeing unfolding. So really, really great presentation and speech. And even I, for my own benefit and personal benefit, kind of learned some of the new things, and probably through your speech, I really got to know and pay attention to some of the areas that I did not before this event. So you absolutely rightly said that change is happening, but we must be cautious. You said that we live in a divided world, and it is difficult. And I admire your character for raising this and basically giving the floor in such a to that audience, that basically giving the voice to the voiceless, giving the opportunity, raising the opportunity so that technology will be shared with all people, all humanity. And of course, it's absolutely appalling that you've mentioned that 100 million kids, they did not have access to the school system, to the education system, even before pandemic. And with pandemic, unfortunately, their lack of opportunities or limitations, they have increased because they didn't have internet, they didn't have online courses, and therefore they're left behind. And I admire what you've mentioned also about the humane aspect of technology. We should never be addicted to that. We should learn how to use it for the good, for the common good. And we should learn how to share it better. Sharing is caring, as was once said. So in that, and I applaud your initiatives that you have done throughout your entire life and entire career by making bridges between people, with whether it would be the Davos Forum, whether it would be the New York Forum, gathering together, providing the platform for leaders, for society, for business, and for government to really make change and impact change. And really there was a very, very good quote that saying, and I think it very much it attributes to you, that if your actions inspire others to do great things, then you should do more, learn more, and try to become more, because you are a leader. So thank you very much for absolutely wonderful speech and raising very, very important points, the humanity, the humane aspect of technology. So with that, please let us move on to our Q&A session. I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of interesting questions to our distinguished guests and speakers. So please, I would give the floor to Aizhan to help us with the questions.
Yes, I would also like to thank both of the speakers for very awakening speeches, I would say. And I have some specific question to Rania. So Rania, you've been leading a global technology company at the forefront of exponential innovation in the industrial automation and robotic manufacturing industry for over a decade now. And can you please share with us what are the biggest challenges in robotics specifically right now? And maybe there are any emerging trends and predictions that we should be aware of? Thank you.
Sure. Robotics is one of the most advanced fields and technology today, but that is due to the fact that it incorporates a spectrum of other technologies like artificial intelligence, automation, and the Internet of Things, or IoTs. But the sector still has a long way to go. And now the biggest challenges in robotics are primarily for developers and manufacturers, where the focus needs to be on increasing multifunctionality of robots, navigation and mapping skills, expanding valid artificial intelligence, sustainability and energy efficiency, social relationships, and overall ethics and privacy issues. And once these challenges are overcome, then robots can advance and do meaningful work. That said, there are multiple emerging trends that businesses and organizations in the private and the public sector should be aware of. The first one is robotic process automation. Robotic process automation, or known as RPA, is a software that enables organizations to automate operational processes that were previously carried out manually, especially in sectors that deal with a large number of repetitive tasks. With the implementation of RPA, businesses will be able to significantly increase their operational efficiency and profitability while decreasing operational errors and overall costs. The second one is robotics as a service, known as RaaS. Issues such as lack of expertise and high initial investments have been some of the biggest restrictions for smaller companies to implement robotics in the manufacturing facilities, for example. When companies implement RPA through robotics as service models, there will be no longer such issues with subscription-based models like FMS and others, which often include advanced analytics and monitoring and preventative maintenance, while also offering other benefits such as rapid scalability and capability to adapt platforms based on the businesses or the organization's evolving needs and requirements. The third trend that we are seeing and we should be aware of moving forward is autonomous mobile robots, or AMRS. Autonomous mobile robots are used as data acquisition platforms. With the growth of e-commerce, the increase of automation in manufacturing, labor shortages, and mass customization of goods, the demand on these technologies have been growing at an incredible rate, and they're being adopted for commercial spaces increasingly. That's because AMRs provide businesses with real-time data that they can extract insights from to help them streamline productivity and revenue. The fourth one is multi-purpose robots and cobots. The accelerated growth that we are seeing in e-commerce also has contributed to tremendous growth in the AMR market, particularly in retail, where we're going to see robots being adopted to perform repetitive operational tasks such as cleaning and moving inventory. And also, as shopping demands continue to grow, retailers are expected to add multi-purpose robots to their teams in order to do various tasks at once, while simultaneously creating an easy-to-manage digital workflow. Which leads me to the fifth one, which is collaborative robots, known as cobots. Those are permanently taking over some jobs at their faster and more efficient than human workers, and that's alarming to a lot of people. But that shouldn't be really a cause for concern, because cobots will only replace monotonous and dangerous jobs and allow human workers to focus on more creative and valuable tasks. The sixth trend is addressing the lack of interoperability within the growing trend of cobots in the workplace industries, such as manufacturing and logistics and e-commerce and healthcare. They're all adopting a second or third wave of robots, which leads us to a major challenge that we have in the industry today, which is the lack of interoperability. What does interoperability mean? Interoperability allows robots to communicate with each other and with other systems to enable safe and efficient working environments. So if this issue is not tackled, it could actually bring productivity to a halt, and addressing it will help to avoid any and is delivery robots. The market for delivery robots is expected to see tremendous growth over the next few years, with the increased demand in retail space, food and beverage industries, which is also driving the reduction of delivery costs and increased revenue and increased venture funding. And in this space, the retail industry is still holding the largest market share. And the last one is the increased robotic demand and abilities. Over the last decade, the demand for robotics increased across all industries, and the market is expected to grow exponentially over the next decade as well, especially that robots are becoming smarter with the help of AI and machine learning and IoTs, and industries that have adopted them are also becoming smarter. So think about manufacturing plants and warehouses and distribution centers as well. So as more facilities start to automate their processes, industrial robots will be able to operate more efficiently and accurately while eliminating a lot of inconsistencies, and ultimately delivering also on creating positive environmental impact.
Thank you, Ms. Hotate. And just continuing the third note of Mr. Attias, of the impact on humanity. I know you've been having some great initiatives that are actually impacting millions and millions of people worldwide. In particular, your economic empowerment program that focuses on upskilling industrial workers to thrive in machine-augmented work environments while being provided with safety, security, and equal employment opportunities for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And the question is, how do you think people's roles are changing with the use of automation and exponential technologies? And what should we do to react quickly to the changes as students and workers entering into this new global market?
Sure. First of all, there are many misconceptions and common myths that are clouding people's understanding and obscuring the tremendous benefits that automation has to offer. And I want to clear this up, especially that the biggest fear that many people have is that automation will make most tasks redundant and that it will take all the jobs. Yes, there is uncertainty around the future and emotions are valid, but not every fear is founded in reality and in facts and in measurable scientific metrics. And to be clear, such fear is not new. It's been around for hundreds of years, and it has emerged with every technological advancement that humanity has seen. However, if we also examine history, technology has never led to mass unemployment, and such predictions never manifested in reality. It's true that automation can replace most repetitive tasks, but it doesn't mean that businesses will get rid of employees or that people will be jobless or humans will become obsolete, simply because people will always be needed to maintain and to update technologies and to handle more complex tasks that require human creativity and reasoning and intuition and inventiveness. Statistically speaking, if we look at the studies done by the World Economic Forum, they demonstrate that while a third of all jobs will be upside of 133 new million jobs is projected with automation creating 58 million more jobs than it actually displaces. And that means that automation will take some jobs, but it will also create many new roles and the new economy that didn't exist before. So moving to your question in terms of how the roles will change, automation has already started to create new roles and employment opportunities. There are at least 10 future jobs already here that students and candidates that are entering the job market can consider as a field of study or as a specialization, such as becoming an automation economist or an AI trainer or a business process automation programmer or a chatbot copywriter or machine learning engineer or chief listening officer or robot technician or tech ethicist. There are so many more emerging jobs. New data also reveals that there are 96 jobs across 7 professional clusters that are fast emerging in tandem. And unlike what people think, those new clusters demonstrate and reflect that both digital and human factors will be driving the growth in the future of work. So these clusters purely reflect also the adoption of new technologies, where we are seeing increased demand for jobs in the green economy, for example, and roles at the forefront of data and AI economy, and new engineering and cloud computing and product development roles. So all that said, there are many opportunities for employment in the new economy that we need to be prepared to seize these opportunities, as the emerging roles won't be optional anymore. They to everyone is that people with low educational attainment are going to be the most at risk with the ongoing shifts that are happening in automation. And I can't agree more with everything that Richard has mentioned, especially speaking of people in societies and in communities where they are underserved and they don't have access to education and resources. So this is a big problem that we need to take on in order to adapt quickly. We're going to have to invest and prioritize investment in the education and training to close the skill gap and to help the next generation and the workforce develop the competencies that are required to fulfill these roles. So to conclude on that note, the exponential growth and the absolute scale of all these opportunities that are emerging right now will be distinctively determined by the decisions we take and the investments we make today, both as leaders across the entire spectrum in the private and in the public sector as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richard, we have a few questions from the audience to you. First, if you allow me just to read out the ones that we received online, and then we give the floor to the audience here offline. So we have quite a few questions here, and being a management consultant myself, advising on corporate transformations, I'll try to group them in 3 categories: people, process, technology. So Mr. Attias, the first question is, you're an expert in the industry that has probably experienced strongest the impact on the pandemic because you specialize in bringing people together. Can you tell us how major event organizing industry has evolved through the several years, and where do you think it is heading to? So this is on the people side. On the process side, we have a question. Mr. Attias, what do you think about the Nobel Fest? What are its strengths and weaknesses? So if you could please share some comments and insights on our event, please. And the third group is on technologies. So how do you think, has the pandemic only accelerated exponential growth in technology, or has it created entirely new niches? So please, Mr. Attias, the floor is yours, and please respond in any order as you like.
Thank you, Murat. Thank you very much. And once again, I think not to flatter you, the Nobel Fest at least made something great, which is that Rania and I are meeting together virtually. And I'm sure the conversation will continue, because what she's doing is amazing. And what she said at the end, which helped me a lot to be more optimistic than at the beginning of her speech, is that she realized, being an expert on automation, robotics, and so far, that there is a big gap between the skills that people who will lose their job because of robots. This is a fact. And I agree. Some jobs are difficult, some jobs are dangerous, and if robots can take these jobs and this task, it's great. But we need in parallel to train very quickly the people who will give their jobs to robots, because if not, definitely we will create a world with a lot of challenges. So the Nobel Festival is absolutely great just for that, by putting on the table these important issues, bringing people from different cultures, from different civilizations. It's definitely a great achievement. Because I don't want to be only looking at the half full glass, maybe I will talk about the half glass, the half empty glass, sorry. We are living in the world of communication. The Nobel Festival should do more to be known. Your impact should be more global. I will be happy to help you on that, in total modesty. You were born in an amazing country, which I know very well. My first trip in your
Mr. Attias, I believe we've lost sound just for a second there.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yes, someone mute me. This is a technology. You don't control even your own computer. So what I was saying is that you were born as an event in an amazing country. And this part of the world, which is Eurasia, need to be much better known. You have amazing talents, and the festival could be an amazing platform to build a bridge between this part of the world and the rest of the world. So the potential is immense, point number one. Point number two, yes, the impact of the pandemic with people. And at the same time, the acceleration of technology. Yes, many people now were, because of the pandemic, buying online much more than before. So Amazon exploded and made many other mini Amazon. And people were more spending time on Netflix, spending more time on behind their computer because the lockdown. But yes, it helps many people even to be creative and innovative, because when you have time, you can think and you bring new ideas, because what is missing is time. So from one side, having time is great because it is helping a lot of people and smart people to be obliged to be creative and innovative. When you don't, you know, it's a matter of life or death sometimes. What should I do? I'm losing my job. I need to create a new job, because many people lost their job also because of the pandemic. Many restaurants closed. Many hotels have closed. Many travel agencies went bankrupt. Many, you know, if you look at countries where the GDP depends on tourism, it was a disaster. In Morocco, the whole city of Marrakesh was locked down, and Marrakesh is one of the top destinations in tourism. I know so many friends which are jobless, and they are not able to go back to the world, to the market, to the job market. So they were obliged to reinvent themselves. So from a reinvention aspect, it's good, because many opportunities were born because of crisis. And yes, technology helped a lot of these people to come with new ideas, point number one. But at the same time, I see the appetite of people who want to come back together. This is a point number one. People want to be together. People need to learn from others, as I mentioned on point number one. You cannot go to space, and space is a new era of our future. And the space research is amazing. And thanks to robots, thanks to AI, precisely, this acceleration of the conquest of space, going to Mars and beyond. And today, by the way, we are celebrating the day of space discovery and flights going to space. So space is also the new trend, the new El Dorado, not because we need it, because we need to see what else can we bring from other planets. Because sometimes we'll miss, and we'll be missing some things from our own planets, including minerals. I know it's not politically correct to talk about extraction and minerals, but everything is based on minerals. Our phones are based on minerals. Robots are based on minerals. Cars are based on minerals. So definitely, we need to have this collaborative work, and people learn that they need to be together and to learn. But there is one point I want to mention before I close. We have a lack of leadership. We are facing a lack of leadership globally. And I think it's absolutely important to teach, to learn to all the next generation the skills to be a leader. It's absolutely important. Politicians need to be back to leadership. We need to have strong leadership. We're talking to a world of 10 billion people soon. 10 billion people need leaders. They need inspiring people. They need to follow leadership. And I think it's very important to redefine the leadership in all aspects, in corporations, in schools, everywhere. All people need leaders to inspire them. And Nobels could be also great leaders because they are very inspiring people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attias. So I remember someone said that it's not that I work hard under pressure, it's just that I only work under pressure. So hopefully this would provide us all with an opportunity to collectively to learn more, do more, and become more. So I believe we have one or two questions here in the audience, and then we would have to call it a day. So please.
I would like to ask a question. Good evening. Are there any requirements or solutions for medicine in data analysis and decision-making in such situations, in forecasting such situations by using new technological solutions and different instruments?
Did you give the translation of the question? If not, I can.
Unfortunately not.
Yep. Basically, the question is about, do you know or can you share your insights on the requirements or existing solutions in the e-health that can analyze the data and basically make predictions that work?
Yeah, for example, collaborating artificial intelligence and the medical database, maybe special requirements needed developing for analyzing and prediction similar situations.
I see. So the question is if you recommend any solution or requirements that have been developed with regards to diagnosing and doing predictive analytics in healthcare. So a very, very specific question. And I'm afraid after your answer, we will have to call it a day due to a very limited time.
I can take that point if you want, because I am personally investing in many companies which are doing what we are calling the e-health or predictive medicine. The power of data is absolutely crucial. And the question, we cannot recommend one company, many companies, and I'm sure Rania knows that artificial intelligence is helping a lot on these areas. This is where AI for good has a great application. And let me give you just a basic example. You have so many radiologists today who are just looking at data from previous patients. And then when you have all this data and you look at the radiology which was taken, you can immediately come not only with some prescriptions, but also you can also make a very, very precise diagnostic. So definitely that data that we collect and we analyze could help us to come to a conclusion, to recommendation. And this process is absolutely ideal in e-medicine by having this, I would say, processes in place where you can even predict, thanks to your DNA, thanks to the genes, thanks to the family history, what potentially could happen to you and to help you to have preventive treatment. And I think predictive medicine is a big, big area where we should invest for the benefit of our humanity, because it could help any single of our people or the people of the citizen of the world before we become sick. Personally, I am a strong believer on predictive and preventive medicine, and this part of the world where you are is absolutely very well advanced. And I know many Russians, many people from Eurasia who are very well advanced in, I would say, technology and medicine. So I think, and Nobel laureates, I'm sure will support this. So my short answer is yes, invest in these areas. And this is definitely the future of healthcare and medicine. And also when we need to predict vaccines and to develop vaccines, these vaccines that we need for the next pandemics, God forbid, but we need to be realistic. Other pandemics will come. So we need to work on proactively on vaccines, thanks to data precisely. So this is the perfect match between technology and medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your great question, and Mr. Attias for your great answer. So predictive medicine is the future. Please focus on this as well. I'm sure we have a lot of students in the audience. So in total, we had almost 3,000 people connecting online. And hopefully some of the students took note of some of the things of some of the major trends that are happening that would not only impact their lives, but also impact their career choices and what to do, what to learn, where to invest. So thank you very much again, Mrs. Rania Hotate, Mr. Richard Attias, for making this panel absolutely wonderful and insightful and sharing not only your wisdom and experience, but also your character and your humanity. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close our panel session for today and our forum for today. Thank you very much again for your active participation, and we will see you on the next panel sessions tomorrow and onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marat, and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.